Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Last Protagonist Plays Demon Souls. Hope you're all doing well. Mortis, Chubby Owl, Astanex, nice to see all of you again. Doing pretty well, you guys. Doing alright yourselves? Vacuo Zealot, nice to see you. Didn't the Demon Souls remake flop in sales? I don't know. I assume, I think if it didn't do super well, it might have just been because a lot of people still didn't or don't have PS5s. But as far as I knew, it must have done all right. Because the PS5 couldn't be sold. Yeah, so maybe like on release it didn't do well, but I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers have gotten pumped up since then. But, I mean, it's still kind of a niche title, but at least with everything else, it should be a steady seller, I think. Alright, so yesterday we finished off going through the rest of Tower Latria and the Shrine of Storms. We did a little bit of invasions, and now that we finished off the Storm Ruler, we can just talk to the NPCs. Not that I expect them to say anything different. Bad release but increased over time. Yeah, that's what I figured. Just like the OG Demon Souls, lol.
Here for more teachings. Very well. I shall. If the demon is Frake's power, come on.
I like how she's the only one that isn't all upset if we ignore her and walk away.
You have your wits about you. But we were wrong to assume that they see. I am fully prepared.
Alright. So I guess we could talk to Urbane and the other dude.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch on your belongings. If only I knew how to fight.
Alright. Thoughts on the Beast Talisman? I don't really have too many thoughts on it. I think that was actually probably pretty straightforward. I still actually need to like double check all the Japanese text for things. Well, not like everything, but for certain things. But that's one that I did look at a long time ago. And it seemed similar enough to me at the time.
Oh, Saint Ambassador.
The thing is, like, Demon Souls is a lot more straightforward than the other games.
Yet? If then they should be attacked.
Alright.
Oh, is that you? Do you have further off?
Old Frake and the Candle Maiden.
Alright. Is there anything else? We've already spent that one. Anti-magic field. Where magic cannot be used. Miracle derived from the soul of the Storm King demon creates a field around the caster which nullifies magic. One of the greatest of all miracles, it symbolizes the power of God in opposition to the forces of evil and is an offer of aid to all those who are moral and righteous. So, yeah, this is one of those times where I would like to just consult the Japanese version of the text, whether or not it's written in this kind of limited omniscient third-person perspective, because if it's said to symbolize the power of God, it could be, you know, the big God that is supposed to exist even before the old one, or this could be another oblique reference to the old one. So both of which are kind of fascinating for different reasons. So I'm not entirely sure what to make of this paragraph specifically, because as Vacuous Zealot had just brought up, like the Beast Talisman kind of hints that the visage of God that Urbane and the others pray to is that of the old one, which is also kind of thematically relevant to how Sage Frake's attire mentions that he was a former man of the clergy, I guess. All types of magical power come from the same source, according to the Talisman of the Beasts. However, Mortis thinks God and the Old One are separate entities. The Old One is just a living conduit for God? Maybe. Yeah, the anti-magic field description seems to be written in the perspective of a human priest. Yeah, I don't like to think that items have a perspective shift unless they're written to kind of accommodate that. But I kind of agree, like, on the face of it, it would seem like it's written with the perspective of the clergy in mind. But we don't really know if there is a god beyond the old one. The title scroll, whatever you call it, does say that before everything, like, God created the world and then the old one came, something like that. Alright, second chance. Oh yeah, you guys were telling me about this one, so it looks like I would need more memory slots for this. Miracle derived from the soul of the old hero demon prevents the caster's death one time. This miracle is symbolic denunciation, the heretical tradition that worships death and the dead. Is it a symbolic denunciation of the heretical? No. That doesn't make sense. Maybe it's supposed to be like a comma or a semicolon there. Regeneration. Symbolic denunciation of the heretical. Human devouring demon adjudicator. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's supposed to denunciate the death of the dead and the adjudicator. Okay, so the miracles kind of like repel them, I guess. Banish. Miracle derived from the soul of the old monk demon returns nearby black phantoms to their worlds. This miracle is a symbolic denunciation of the old man who summoned black phantoms only to enslave them. Yeah, I wonder if... Yeah, I just kind of want to double check the Japanese for these. A new miracle discovered in Boletaria is Hidden Soul, subdues the caster's essence, reducing the chance of detection by black phantoms. The perilous black phantoms that wander the lands of Boletaria are enemies of God and man alike. Okay. We read that one a long time ago, so yeah. This one is probably written in the perspective of a priest, which is, I don't know, not my favorite.
Yes, I certainly got you must.
Because that just kind of makes it a little bit more difficult to parse everything else, whether or not things should be taken at face value, or if they are meant to represent a certain branch or faction. But I guess to be fair, if it comes from a like certain branch or faction member where you like originally obtain it, would just kind of be like a no-brainer, I guess. Hey you, how's it going? Demon Souls does seem to be a take on biblical lore of sorts. Yeah, somebody had posted in the Discord the other day, and I can't remember who. Let me just double check. A pretty interesting comparison. It was Nap, or Cute Glasses Waifu. That they thought the Beast was kind of a pseudo parallel to the Beast of Revelation, which I thought was a pretty interesting take on things. Hey, hate yourself. How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Doing well myself. So, alright, now we have the Valley of Defilement, and translators note defilement means keikaku, and keikaku means kegare. No, but in all seriousness, this is like the Valley of Kegare, and defilement is a good word for it, and part of the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Kegare has a little bit of, like, religious connotations that can be compared to certain things in the West with like the idea of purity and stuff like that, but it is a bit more specific to Japan as far as I know, like even more so than like the East, Japan specifically, with their concept of how purity is tied to like physical cleanliness to a certain extent, as well as like moral cleanliness and all that stuff. So this Valley of Defilement is a valley of impurity, or kegare, and this is kind of the precursor to something that shows up in many of their other games. So, hello, I'm sorry I cannot read Arabic or that at all. So, if you give me like a Romanized name, I'll be happy to call you something. Yeah, like 90% is Sekido, like the Defiled Valley. Is it? No, the Sunken Valley. Having a moment there. Yeah, the Sunken Valley is kind of similar to the Valley of Defilement. Blight Town is similar, not just because, oh, hey, it's a crappy poison swamp. It's because in these games, like, the lowest points are where water will pool down to, and without an outlet, like a steady flow of the water will become stagnant and allow impurities to settle. And when impurity settles, that allows things to breed in it and spawn from it. And that's where you get things like the chaos demons to a certain extent in Blighttown, and a lot of like the grimy stuff you'll see in the Valley of Defilement. It's where you get like the poison monkeys in Sekiro. I guess the monkeys weren't exactly poisonous. I'm trying to remember what actual poison style mobs there were down there, but I can't really think of it. But anyway, like these kind of like impure places corrupt the living, so that way they transform into monsters, inhuman monsters. So like in Sekiro, another example of that would be kind of like Mibu Village. It's not completely downstream, but it is downstream of the headwaters of the, what do they call it in English? The Minamoto Palace, the Fountainhead Palace. I had to think of what Minamoto was in English. Okay. So yeah, the water from the palace flows down. They drink it, and it's affected them. Like, it's not as pure as it would be in the Fountainhead. And so that water goes even further down into the sunken valley, and that's where like everything just kind of congeals and becomes terrible. But then again, from the muddy, profaned muck, you can kind of arise above it, and that's kind of what the lotus symbolizes, which is why the lotus that you get in Sekiro is super important, because it's more or less a product of the Fountainhead waters. Although I thought I saw somewhere that it just didn't quite come across that way in the English, but Jalal, okay. Who are you guys? We are members of LastProtagonist community. I like to play a lot of From Software games and delve into their lore. And so somebody had requested I play this for the stream, and I'm going through Demon Souls now. But I do have a lot of Bloodborne content, a little bit of Dark Souls content, and a small amount of Elden Ring content on my channel as well. Oh yeah, and Mortis says Lake of Rot is another comparison. The Lake of Rot is basically the gravesite of a kami of Kegare. Yeah. Again, Bloodborne and the Pests. And of course, like even the Nightmare Frontier to a certain extent is kind of like that. Like the water just kind of gets trapped in the caves there. Okay, so this humid valley is a haven for the used and forgotten. Its inhabitants, afflicted by poison and plague, await their deaths in this forsaken place, attacking those who wander in, hoping to offer their souls to the one woman who showed them compassion. Depraved Chasm. Alright, and I am already in soul form, so if I fall and die, it'll be fine. I think there's an item up here, though. No, I guess this is the way all the way up. It's kind of weird looking thing. Yeah, I remember I came here like pretty early on my first playthrough, and these things are pretty damn tanky and hard to kill. Wow. I wasn't trying to punch. And I think 1-5 or 5-1 would be a lot better if you could get more souls from these first enemies, because they just have way too much health for how few souls they give, I think. But maybe they're afraid like people would just cheese this area and get a lot of souls early. But I mean, they kind of already do that in the Shrine of Storms, so I don't know. Feels like I need to upgrade the weapon just ever so slightly more just to one-shot these things. But I think I can't really do that unless I like change the world tendency of the mines. to get the one pure stone that we need. This area is absolutely a nightmare, even with the remake. I didn't really mind this area too much, to be honest. I kind of had fun exploring it, even when I was a super low level. Because, I don't know. It's not super straightforward. I do like how FromSoft can integrate like verticality into their level designs. And obviously, like the struggles of doing an area like this just tend to arise from dealing with things like poison, which can be kind of awkward, especially when you get to the later areas. So yeah, I could understand why people hate it. And that just reminded me I should go back and attune like the antidote spell or whatever it is. Because I forgot to do that, I think, a long time ago. Because I didn't realize that the two forms of magic have differing like memory slots. That's not something I would have expected. If you knock enemy corpses down the pit, you're rewarded at the boss fight. This is where you farm holy stones for faith weapons, so even with all the unholy impurities, there is some holiness. Okay, thanks, Mortis. Yeah, and that's a good point as well. And that kind of ties into the way Astraea works. So despite her taking in everyone's corruption and whatnot, she's regarded as like the holiest of all and closest in nature to God. Although I think the Japanese for that might have just been like essentially closer to divinity. Maybe not like God itself. Although I might be misremembering because it's been a long time since I looked at that. Now the question is, which way do we branch out? Oh, I think I was supposed to like actually hit that thing to like knock it down. So where's the ladder? Not this one. Okay, I guess there's nothing to hit down. Oh, that. Okay. Oh, operates. So there was an actual thing to hit. Widow's Lotus and another Talisman of God. So yeah, as I had mentioned with like Sekiro, the lotus grows in the Sunken Valley. That's kind of why, like, I think lotuses are supposed to be popular or used in these areas, essentially. Because they would grow from a place like this. Hopefully I didn't screw myself up. Okay, no. I think there's like dudes in here. So it's further below, I guess. Divinity could work because you're still of the opinion the word demon fits better than... Oh, daemon fits better than demon. For those unaware, a daemon is a being between mortality and divinity. It's also an old spelling for demon, yeah. Ring of Magical Dullness. I'll read that in a second. And maybe I'll reread the Talisman of God as well. Oh, I almost walked off the edge right there. I thought there was a little bit more room. I think that's actually like a death drop, but it doesn't look like it, but it is. Might be misremembering. So, this looks safe enough for now. So, I think we go in there to like talk to a merchant lady, and then we can come back and drop down there. But again, it's been a while and I might be misremembering that. Magical dullness. Okay. Soft ring bearing a light green seal. Raises magic defense at the expense of magic power. Crafted by Gary, known for his magic handicrafts and close acquaintance with Sage Frake the Visionary. This seal depicts a man facing right. So that wasn't too crazy. Oh wait, no. I remember the merchant being like going down, so I don't think this is correct. But to just, you know, cover all of our steps. Alright. So I guess we do just drop down the next spot. Actually, maybe you can just drop down there. That allow you to avoid the gank. I have a feeling it would just like still make me slide to my death. Let's live a little. You know, when I said let's live a little, I was hoping we would do a little bit more of the living part of that. Oh, there's an item over there I missed. How do we get up there again? Oh, there's a thing over that way? Renowned Hero Soul. Oh, but that'll allow me to avoid the first two dudes. Or at least the fire pole guy haven't. Guess I shouldn't really stab when just two normal attacks will do it. Or die a little. Yeah, I know, right? I wasn't even trying to backstab. I was trying to parry, but I messed that up. That's too early. I'm hitting ropes. Black pine resin. We haven't gotten any of that yet. I guess we did. Natural resin that exudes from black pine trees. Applied to the right hand weapon to create a temporary flame. Oh, I guess it doesn't really say anything. Okay. Burns more brilliantly, but for a shorter duration. I was hoping it would be kind of like how there's the difference in the pine resins in Dark Souls. Oh, did they just climb the ladder? Oh no, those are the two dudes that were like laying down before. I feel that, my guy. But yeah, I don't know if I picked up my souls. Most certainly did not. It's like I barely even have 100 more than when I started. I don't know how people are supposed to deal with that one. That's a death drop right there. It might not be. Just kind of having like Elden Ring fall distance in mind, I guess. And there's a big thing over here, right? Do these things like explode and like degrade the crap out of your equipment or something like that? Maybe not. Marrow stone shard. So the merchant lady that I was thinking of is down in that place that I just left. Cool, we got the Saint set. Sounds like something should be walking towards me. Maybe it's above me. I guess not. Thought I picked this up. I guess I didn't. Maybe the dude had an item on his body and I picked that one up instead of the one right here. Okay, so what did we just get? The Saint set. White attire worn by the highest-ranking saints on pilgrimages of proselytation and salvation. Surprisingly tough owing to its multiple layers. It weighs a lot more, but yeah, its stats aren't too bad. But not nearly as good against poison. So I'll leave this on for now. I guess I should look at the other items. I assume they're going to say pretty much the same thing. Yep. Okay. And these are pretty decent against poison. Just pretty balanced overall. So yeah, so my first time in the game, I came here really early, and then I got to her, and then I couldn't like hardly buy anything.
Won't you please buy something? My poor child is hungry. You don't deserve to die, so let me give you some advice. This place buzzes with pests fattened on a diet of souls. You could do worse than keep some lotuses for protection. The price of survival can never be too high, can it? How many years has it been since that witch Astraya came to this valley with that squid-headed knight? Those ridiculous white robes of hers. I swear I caught her glaring at my son in disgust. Yes, it's true. She's as nasty as they come. And she's a demon to boot. Not that it surprises me. You could do worse than keep some lotuses for protection. The price of survival can never be too high, can it? And she's a demon to boot. Not that it surprises me.
Hey Foster, nice to see you again. So yeah, the filthy woman just said that she was like looking, she wants souls for her baby, I guess, but you don't really see her with it, so she might be a bit delirious. She's kind of like this suspicious, no, not beggar, the skeptical man, the narrow-minded man in Bloodborne, the dude you send to the chapel, and he just kind of says the opposite of everything that's true, it seems. Well, there is a lot more grains of truth in what she says, because Astraya is a demon, but she isn't exactly like a stereotypical witch. So, Foster asked, Have I ever played any Monster Hunter? A lot of studios are finally taking notes from Monster Hunter on how to do big monster fights. Now would be a great time for anyone to get into it. My answer is no. I actually haven't really been too interested in Monster Hunter. There's just something about the mechanics of the combat that looks a little bit too grindy for me, and it just hasn't appealed to me. I think like the monsters don't really react to getting hit as well as I'd like, and it just looks really tedious for how long some of the hunts are for me to have felt the desire to play it just by looking at it. Although, of course, a lot of people say that it plays a lot better than it looks, which is probably true, but nonetheless, it just hasn't gripped me enough to like feel the need to dive into it for myself. There was a baby modeled, but it was never used. Hey, Boris, I wonder if it was never used because you could like attack the lady, and that would be a really big no-no for the censors. So she sells late moon grass and full moon grass, which I guess tells you that, hey, this is supposed to be a late game area. Because how many of the little dudes? It'd take like over 100 little dudes to try to get even a full moon grass in this area. It's like just 5-1's soul economy is just terrible. It's so bad. Hey, rotten arrows. They're kind of expensive. Grass jelly. Recover some HP over time. I might buy a couple of those, actually. So she has 1 stone of ephemeral eyes, and then the chainmail set, which I haven't looked at. A favorite amongst warriors of the faith who appreciate its resistance to slashing attacks. Its weight slightly blah blah blah. Okay.
Finished already? My little one is a growing boy. Please be generous.
I heard like the steps, so I was nervous.
Please buy more for the poor child. Such a poor child.
She's a bit of a gouger, isn't she? Hey, she's raising a kid. What do you expect? They need a steady diet of souls, I guess, to grow in this area. So the mace. Blunt weapons don't use blades, so they're good against metal armor and hard scales. Yes, I guess so. Rotten arrows might be the only thing else that I really need to buy. How many of these do I have? 20. Oh, actually a lot in storage. I could use a couple more late moon grasses, but they're expensive.
Finished already? My little one is a...
Alright. And I think this is the same lady that we see elsewhere. I got plagued. I didn't even see like a status bar get built up. Oh, I guess I know we should probably put that on our hotbar. Sounds like it's right on top of me, which doesn't make sense since that's where we came from. So creepy. Alright, now the question is this way or that way? Oh, that narrows things down. So I think I need to go back up and then drop down. Somewhere. To get some extra items. Oh, cool. Where are they even at? Is it because, like, they fell down? I don't understand what's going on with these sounds. Maybe I am supposed to drop here? This seems wrong. Can I use an augite stone? Will it, like, make a noise? Spoonbender, nice to see you. You dreaded pushing through this place on your first playthrough? Also, hey everybody. Yeah, I guess I'm like one of the very few people who just doesn't really get bothered by these terrible swamp levels. Okay, I was afraid of that. Yeah, that looks way too far. Let's use the old photo mode. Yeah, I think that seems lethal. It's not exactly a way to drop down that way, though. So there's a little bridge going from this side. So I do need to do something over here. Can I break this bridge? Yeah, maybe I am just supposed to drop down that way. Yeah, I remember this spot kind of confused me at first just because I was trying to get everywhere that I could see. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it has to do with like world tendency stuff again. Okay, maybe there's a safe spot there. Okay, no, you're totally fine to land there. It just looks way too far. So maybe I should put a note up there. Told you so. You didn't tell me nothing. Storied warrior soul. Storied warrior soul. Blessed mace +1 and a Marrowstone shard. So I'm glad I didn't buy a mace from that lady. So this would take us back to where the little plague rats were, and now we're in the clear. That explains all the noise. So is he gonna drop down on me? I was scared that I was gonna like fall off if I kept attacking. Leave me alone. I'm poisoned, I guess. Well, I obviously forgot how deadly this room is. It doesn't look like I'm poisoned. Alright. What are these things? Are these just like bugs? Yeah, I guess so. Hey, Alpharius, how's it going? Nice to see you again. Wow, he broke my posture. Well, now I got poisoned. Poison and plague. How cruel. Oh Lord, he coming. I guess if I ever get in a big gank room like the other one, I should just use Firestorm. Try fire? Will do. Is this a boss? I don't remember if this is the boss or not. It seems like it would be, because we've kind of been in this area for a while. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we have the Leechmonger. I remember being kind of underwhelmed by all of these bosses. But I don't remember... Oh yeah, because I was definitely using a fire-based weapon to fight him. So I was buffing my weapons. And fire was good, because I think he, like, gets posture broken or whatever. So yeah, he throws a bunch of leeches around. Phantasms, as some may call them. Or just big old things of poop. Easier than Phalanx. Is he really that easy? You might be right. Also, welcome back to the stream, Evil Noah and Soholanthropus. What are my thoughts on the remaster? A lot of people say it stripped away some of the essence of the original due to the art direction changes. Unfortunately, I never played the original to feel snobby about it. Oh, don't I need to, like, use something to not get, like, bled? I think just fire, right? Oh. Never mind. Just windshield wipe the leeches off. We did it, guys. We beat the demon. A torch does? Okay. Do I even have a torch? I don't think I have a torch. I don't think I've ever picked up a torch. I know that's definitely a thing in Dark Souls 3. 0.2 will exceed carry capacity? Okay. Let's go back to the Nexus. Sucker Stone Shard. Put some things away, I didn't realize. we were so heavy. Torches don't exist in this game? Okay. Yeah, I was kind of having a little bit of an existential crisis. I was like, wait, torches? I've been saying it looks so dark. And I'll read the Song of Sorrow text when we come back. It's dead already? You weren't even looking, told you easier than Phalanx. Well, I just did use Firestorm, and that kind of did the trick.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch on you.
Yeah, I probably, on my first playthrough, I probably could have killed the boss if I kept going forward. Well, maybe not, because I don't think I had, like, the resins to use fire and whatnot, but... So yeah, I haven't played the original to have a strong feeling about how it feels, but overall, I do like the remake more than Dark Souls 2. Like, I enjoy the combat a bit more, which surprised me. But this is also my second time going through. I guess I should just start putting these items away. Oh yeah, that one will be heavy. I don't really know what's weighing me down so much other than, I guess, this stuff, yeah. So I don't ever really use these. Oh, I definitely have way too many of these. Oops. I should probably use this occasionally. Maybe there are no torches. You may be an idiot. It's alright, man. It's easy to forget. Like, I thought there was something to take away the leeches, but there might not have been. I know that was like a Dark Souls 3 strategy. So you're not exactly wrong. I guess we're good.
You have a heart of gold.
Oops. I can finally take that spring off. But now I won't be able to pick up anything. Thief ring, and now we'll do... I guess we don't really need to worry about the cling ring. Well, yeah, I may as well just keep it on. And the thief ring I could potentially switch out for the magic regeneration ring. Alright. Let's repair our stuff.
You're just lucky it's me.
I like how he just warns me and then I completely ignore it. Oh, there's torches to roll into in the fight? Thanks. Right strat, wrong game. Solanthropus says, you hope the storage system returns in upcoming games, adds a bit more depth in your opinion, even if it's sometimes annoying. That's kind of how I feel. Like, I felt like Dark Souls 1 would have been like that, and it wasn't, which I was kind of thankful for, just because like it's kind of brutal without it. In Demon Souls, and the remake especially, it's not too bad. But apparently in the original, you would actually lose out on items if you couldn't pick them up, which is kind of crazy to me. Like Boletarian bosses, the Valley bosses were once human. Okay, including the Leech Demon, Leechmonger. I mean, it makes sense, especially with everything going on there. You like it along with weapon durability, it makes you pay attention to your gear more. I have mixed feelings about it because, like, realistically, what does durability actually add? I mean, it's kind of like a roguelike mechanic where it just limits how long you can stay out in the wild. And if there's ways to mitigate it, it just kind of can become more cumbersome than enriching, I think. Like, there is a certain amount of immersion it does add to the game. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know.
Thou seekest the power, then touch the demon.
It can get a bit troublesome where you like have to go back to repair your weapon. Like Bloodborne didn't do it super well. Like, I understand like the idea of durability, especially maybe like Dark Souls 1 was the best about it, because your durability would go down a lot further when you used a weapon's like special attacks. But at least in this game, there aren't really too many special attacks to weaken durability that much. So at least in DS1, there was more of a trade-off. It's perfectly implemented in Scholar. I have mixed feelings about DS2 and the durability. Like, in some ways, it becomes negligible whenever you can just repair it by going directly to a bonfire. For a quality of life improvement, it was really welcome, though. But if you're just trying to go through the game and avoid using bonfires or anything like that, then it just kind of becomes more of a hindrance than anything else. It makes you poop your pants in a boss fight. Dark Souls did it pretty well. You're not wrong. Oh, wait. How many souls did I even get from the Leechmonger? Was it only like 8,000?
I am here for thee.
Valley of Defilement is so strange with its tuning. I doubt they say anything.
Oh, Saint Urbane,
Mbasa, indeed.
Oh, do you have further offerings? Leto, the Moonlight Knight, Resiah of Istarel, even Selen Vinland. Many honorable knights have ventured into Boletaria in search of the Valley of Defilement. The vicious rumors about Estraya offend our most basic sense of respect for God's name. However, none of these great knights have made it back. Could it be that that wretched valley is so infested with grime that even our Lord's voice does not resonate there? Or perhaps it is the fate of those left behind by God. We must defeat the demons, annul the curse of Boletaria, and purge the magicians who manipulate those accursed.
Alright. So, I was surprised that he mentioned Selen. Look, I didn't realize that was a reused name, but hey, here we go. Oh. Whoops.
Oh, is that you? Do you have further offers?
I was gonna see if there was a thing from the Writhing Demon Soul. Here's the caster of all status ailments. Oh, I might use this one. This miracle is anathema to the miasma and disease that gurgle at the defiled base of the valley. Cool. Yeah, I'm curious as to like which Japanese characters were used for this. I have some ideas, but another thing that gets used quite a lot in the FromSoft games that goes along with like Defilement and Kegare is writhing, like with the bugs and stuff, and that kind of also shows up in like the Uden runes in Bloodborne. Yeah. Going back to what Soholanthropus said, you like that you actually have to think about using your weapons, makes it more immersive, although repair powders kill this mechanic when you have an abundance of them. And yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like, durability is only really an issue in like the beginnings of these games when you don't have an abundance of resources in terms of either the item you need or the runes, souls, or echoes you need to purchase such items. Vito the Moonlight Knight. Oh, so you assume that's who had come to the Valley of Defilement with the Moonlight Greatsword? Okay, so were all the leeches that cover up the sword eating it or ate this guy's body? That's a good question, and that's also really good attention to detail because I would have forgotten about that because I was trying to drink some water while this guy was talking. And yeah, yeah, that's a pretty good headcanon, I think.
Yes, asserted.
Oh yeah, attune my magic power before I forget for like the 5th time.
God bless this brave warrior, Umbasa.
Bassa.
Yet, if the then may she be eternally.
It's been a while since we talked to Patches now that I think about it, but why would he ever say anything different? This hyena of a man. I can't do the centering trick.
I've not seen you of late. Have I got some gear for you? No, don't mention it. It's the least I can do for a dear friend. But, do pay for it. Have you ever visited the Valley of Defilement? The bog there is filled with the corpses of honorable knights, too foolish to stay out of harm's way. Well, you may have heard of some of them. Vito the Moonlight Knight, Rizaya of Istarel, many more. I reckon they left behind some fine armor and weapons. Why not have a look and see what you can find? I reckon they left behind some fine armor and weapons. Why not have a look and see what you can find?
Maybe he turned into the filthy colossus. He's not too far from the sword. Maybe. So yeah, okay. So it looks like the lady, the filthy woman, does double the prices that Patches sets, and I think even his is more expensive than some of the other merchants. Cat ring reduces damage from falls. So this is one of the new items. Apparently new moon grass as well. Simple ring with a cat engraved on the seal. Though it decreases damage sustained from high falls, you cannot expect a mere ring to protect your life against drops from too great a height. 40,000. The thing is, like, by the time you get these, you don't really need them, and then, yeah.
Fine. I can't make you. Though, I know you'll come back soon.
And of course, I had to talk trash about Patches not saying anything different, and then he totally did. Hey Stella, nice to see you again.
You have your wits about you. He has power.
Oh yeah, I did never add in our last spell. Oh, Homing Soul Arrow. Oh, that's probably a really good spell. Poison Cloud. That's probably a really good spell. Actually, I wonder if it's good against something like, what's his face? Alant. I mean, I'd be really surprised if he was immune to poison. But yeah, there's just like not enough bosses to make getting some of these spells like that impactful. Although this would probably be really good against the 3 dudes if they're even vulnerable to poison that guard the absolute trash items in the one section of the Valley of Defilements. What were the other options from the Golden Demon Soul? I guess we could talk to Carla.
I can still be patient.
Maybe the Colossus is, but the boss doesn't have the sword, nor do you make it with his soul. You would assume FromSoft would have had the sword connected to the boss in some way if that's who the boss is. Seen Shrek yet? Almost. 18 Sith. You missed it. We saw that Selin as a name gets referenced in this game.
Are you here for more teaching? Very well.
Except it only has the one L. Soul Thirst. Ignites. Increases souls gained from defeated foes. Magic derived from the old monk demon boosts the number of souls claimed from defeated foes. The spell heightens one thirst for souls, enabling the caster to drain victims of every last soul within them. Simply demonic behavior when all is said and done. Which I guess that kind of makes sense with the way like Estrella takes other souls.
I owe my life to you. If you are ever in need of my witchcraft, speak to me. It is a dark art, but it is all that I can offer.
I think that's literally the first time I let her say her farewell dialogue. I don't think I read these ones. Okay, it doesn't really say anything. Okay, magic derived from the soul of the old monk demon fires a soul arrow that tracks its target. The old usurper was merely a medium for the golden robe that drove him to madness. This spell reflects the old man's covetousness of power that was never meant for him. Interesting. It reflects his power that's never meant for him. But his homing soul arrow. Oh, just because it's like greedy? Okay, yeah, I could see that. And then that kind of works with like the whole idea of the pursuers in Dark Souls and even homing soul mass or crystal mass or whatever they get called. What was this silver demon? Oh, the penetrator? What did I use for this? I guess someone must have gotten it from Carla. I'm really tempted to get this one, but it makes more sense to go for the... Oh, no. We could do this. And then the poison cloud, we can use the writhing demon soul for the heal item. The cure.
Bring me more demons.
So how do I tune... Okay, so it's just automatically there. I forgot to tune the final spell. I thought I just fell to my death right there. Which would have been fine, because I do need to do that as well. The higher your magic, the more homing arrows you get? Okay.
Do you have further offerings?
The magic or like the intellect? Because either way. And then there's this second chance. I haven't really felt the need for it. I wonder if that affects what's it called? World tendency. If you die as a human with this on and then get revived. I guess I'll save it because I can't really use it yet. It costs a little bit more, but it'll be fine. We have a decent amount of the memory, as well as a lot of consumables. Whichever stat boosts your spell buff, they keep changing the names of the stats from game to game, so you can never keep them straight, lol. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, now let's attune our last spell. Or I keep forgetting.
Very well.
Would enchant weapon be good? Let's get the last homing soul mass thing.
Oh, thank you. You are a fine...
Fudge, what did he tell me? I was just skipping past it.
Bravo. Thank you for offering your demon souls. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Oh, to have my wish granted at so late an age. Thank you. You are a fine magician. As promised, Let me teach you new magic. But we were wrong to assume.
Did I buy it? I might have already done it, I guess. I may as well buy this now. So I do need 2 slots for that. So I guess we'll just go with good old Soul Ray.
Bring me more demons.
Alright, now we should be good. And I'll need to equip a catalyst, so I'll probably do that in my right hand, or switch that around. Swamp of Sorrow. Arkstone of the Leechmonger Demon. All that is unclean ends up in the giant swamp at the base of the Valley of Defilement. The swamp is a cesspool of putrilage, vermin, and plague. So yeah, just kind of a reiteration of what we talked about earlier. No, I forgot to go get got in the Nexus. You wonder if anybody has made a fantasy RPG where you're basically playing a character that's LARPing? I'm pretty sure that you have. There is called The Knights of Pen and Paper. That one comes to mind. And isn't Tiny Tina's Wonderland kind of like that? Although I guess it's not exactly... South Park Stick of Truth. Yep, there you go, right there. Or the Fractured Butthole. Depending on how much you want to consider superheroes fantasy. Right, now we're good. So yeah, my first time playing through this game, I think I fought King Allant, False King Allant. When did I fight him? It might have been before the Stormlord. I think I did him after I did the stuff at the second shrine. I don't remember. Actually, I should go through my footage to see what I actually did. So, oh yeah, I didn't even use my Chris when I killed the Leechmonger in one hit. Let's put on the talisman. Why do you think Miyazaki's always had this fetish for poison swamps and defiled and forgotten areas in his game? Like, why is he so fixated on the concept? I think it's just a way to explain why things get all murky and stuff. Because if they're dealing with corrupt things in their games, there's going to be a flow of... Oh, how do I explain this? So, the concept of flow is really important in like Japanese culture, and it's just kind of something that's like taken for granted. Like, there's a flow of a conversation. There's like literally the flow of the wind, or like ki, which is like the energy of like the world and like people and stuff. And then there's flowing in water. So that idea is just something that's kind of been ingrained into the culture for a very long time. And so if you have a flow of something, where does it go? It goes downhill, metaphorically and literally. So what are the results of unleashing a blight into the world? Well, it's got to go somewhere, right? And I think like the most common answer for that is like where it will become most dangerous is in a place where it's no longer allowed to flow So places like this, where it's a cesspool or a cesspit of all that, the poison resistance is the best option. Oh yeah, cure. So yeah, that's kind of why I think the motif gets repeated a lot. But I mean, honestly, in some ways, it's like they've been remaking the same game over and over. Oh, that one actually did a little bit of damage. Guess I should have bought more half moon grass from patches or something. So it's gonna be a while before we get that shortcut. And this is the area that people tend to hate, and I think there's also like an invasion point. I don't remember if this stuff like poisons directly or if it just makes you slow. Nope, it just stops you from walking. And now the enemies are tankier. They finally give a small amount of souls. Stagnation is also a common theme. Yeah, exactly. Teen Sith says, you think Miyazaki has also said he's just something of a gaming masochist? And is just thinking of all the ways he'd like to be trolled in a game. Yeah, that's true. Mercy from FromSoft? That's weird. Yeah. Okay. So I think the first time I went through here, I just like screwed around and went way to the left. So some of these are real. I can't roll. Okay. Wait, I got poisoned? Oh, it's because I hit them. Okay. So let's do this maneuver. This maneuver. It kind of takes a long time to wind up. This maneuver. A little bit tempted to just like run in the group of them and firestorm, but we want to save it for whoever ganks us over here. Oh yeah, and didn't they add a ring into this game that allows you to Okay, so it does poison you. There's like no poison meter? Is this part of like my HUD settings that just is like screw you? Legendary Warrior Soul. Alright. S next has to get going. Good night. Thank you. You take care, man. Big reason why you like Dark Souls 3 so much is that the meta nature of the theme of stagnation. The stagnation of the paint world was a microcosm of the Age of Fire stagnant effect on the world. Yeah, that's kind of why I say like Dark Souls 3 has some of the best like meta lore of the series. Or macro lore is the way that I call it. Dark Moongrass. Wait, did I get plagued? Oh, Widow's Lotus is for plague, so I'm using the completely wrong item. Zoink Scoob. It's peak noob bait, that item, yeah. It's kind of how I feel about some of the items here. Elden Ring's the most fair game he's made, but French Folk Hero's Grave opens up with a swamp. Oh shit! I thought that was like a ghost. Don't kill me, please. I'm gonna get got. I tried to roll. The oldest trick in the book. Catch the streamer while they're reading chat. Elden Ring has the least quote-unquote unfair moments. You agree about the macro lore? This theme of stagnation became sort of symbolic of Dark Souls series itself being dragged out longer than Miyazaki wanted. You know, a lot of people say that, but I don't actually know if that's true or if it's just something that people take for granted because it feels on brand. I mean, it might have been in an interview, but I just don't remember seeing it. Oh, I still have the talisman on. That's not helping. I can wait for that one. Right, time to go back. And I will wait to heal myself till like I get poisoned and cleansed again. I meant to pull out the adjudicator shield from storage. Yeah, there's like no poison bar. I should double check my HUD settings. So that doesn't make sense. War Scythe. Okay, there she is. It's not an unreasonable assumption since Kojima kept being forced to make Metal Gear Solid sequels. You think it's an assumption considering Miyazaki doesn't care a lot for the sequels, if you're remembering correctly? There are a lot of aspects of Dark Souls 3's design that felt a bit rushed or half-assed. I mean, I think you could probably say that about all of their games. That they were rushed or arguably half-assed. You don't remember Miyazaki being on record as being actively against Dark Souls sequels, aside from DS3 being it? That's a lot of Crescent Moon grass. Thoughts on the Spellbound leaks? I haven't really looked at them because I don't believe in anything until after it comes out. Am I excited for it to be open world again, or would you like a more Metroidvania level design like past Souls games? Yeah, well, I like Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring has the best systems in the game. And while like the open world is cool, I did think that the best parts of Elden Ring came from the legacy dungeons. So damn it. Broken sword. They got me. They done noob trapped me. I think she's noticed me. Yeah, so like I think Stormveil was amazing. Raya Lucaria is extremely good. Elphiel and the Halig Tree are also really good, but they're probably just too big. And they feel like two areas when they're actually kind of one area, really. Dodge this. Wait, what? Oh, dodge. Damn it, now I'm dual-handing, and now I can't roll. Stop! I'm gonna die. I forgot to cycle back to Firestorm. And I thought I was going to be cheeky and be like, hey, yeah, you can't roll away from a firestorm in the swamp, can you? I had too much mud in my boots to actually roll. Do you think the open world doesn't add much to the Souls formula, and instead breaks some classic aspects for That's Just You? I don't know, like, playing through Elden Ring for the first time is one of the best gaming experiences I've had in a long time. Like, it's one of the few games where I was, like, actively wondering, like, oh my god, what's gonna come next? Just because, like, being teleported to Caelid so early, and, like, the sky being red and looking like a true hellscape was, very unexpected and very welcome to me. So, like, they can do a super good job with, like, an open world environment, but I do think it tends to fall apart on subsequent playthroughs when you're just trying to do things quickly, but it's just, like, all kind of too spread out, and there's not really enough incentive to explore everything fully. Maybe, like, it could have been better with a bit more randomization built in or something like that to keep second and third playthroughs more relevant. But I don't know. You gotta ask while you remember. Any chance of you playing Mortal Shell? You feel like Mortal is one of the few games that actually lives up to the idea of being a Souls-like. Atmosphere is amazing. I've heard kind of mixed things about Mortal Shell. It is kind of on my to-play list, and I've just never gotten around to it. Play Mortal Shell on stream, you meant to say. I don't know, like, I typically don't like to play games that I haven't played before on stream, just because of, like, backseating. I do like to enjoy my first playthrough on my own, and it's a lot harder for me to pay full attention to a game and interact with the chat. So, I mean, there's merit to playing it for the first time with chat, because, you know, if I have questions and I get stuck, I could always ask for help and stuff like that. I don't know. Like, I don't really see myself as, like, a, you know, like a real streamer. I just kind of, like, do this for fun every once in a while. And I'm not exactly sure how entertaining I can be on a game that I, like, know virtually nothing about, or just, like, fill the dead space. Although some of you guys might enjoy a calmer, more relaxed, quieter playthrough, because I tend to not talk too much unless I feel like I have something to say about a game that I'm playing. But I always feel like it's kind of a bit awkward as a streamer if you're just not talking too much. But I mean, that could be what my target audience enjoys. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Not to get too meta for you guys. Mortal Shell is so damn good. One of the best Souls, like, along Salt and Sanctuary. Okay. So that's, yeah. Like, I've heard mixed things that, like, it's pretty decent as far as, like, a Souls-like goes, but there are some issues with it. So I do intend to play Mortal Shell at some point. Same with, like, Neo and Neo 2. I haven't played those either. It's true, but as someone who invades a lot, you replay the game a lot, and the open world loses all of its appeal and has no replay value, and the magic it once had instantly vanishes. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about, like, the subsequent playthroughs of Elden Ring. If I were to rate it, I would say, like, a first playthrough of Elden Ring is probably close to a 9 out of 10, if not, like, a 9. It just has, like, some issues. But I think subsequent playthroughs just kind of lowered a little bit. So I'd probably give it, like, an 8. Which kind of feels kind of funny and hilarious, because that's pretty much what I've given most of these games. Like, I gave Dark Souls 1 an 8. No, I gave Dark Souls 1 a 7, because it is a bit janky. I gave Bloodborne an 8, which apparently pissed off some people. And Dark Souls 3 I also gave an 8. And Sekiro I gave an 8. Hey, we got the cat ring. Well, sort of. It's in our inventory, or storage now. Alright, sorry. Certified dog moments. Where was I? Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure all of these items are kind of trash, but that means we're going to go out of our way to get them. Because they're there. You didn't know I hadn't played Mortal Shell at all, so you can respect not playing on stream. You're the only person you've consistently watched stream because I'm chill and you dig the lore and stuff. Yeah, and with a game like Mortal Shell, I haven't played it, so I don't know the lore. And I mean, I guess I won't know until I try like how streaming a game that I haven't played would go. Oh yeah, I meant to check the HUD and I keep forgetting. So we got the pure Sucker Stone, and now we got Sucker Stone Chunk. Sekiro is at least a 9. Damn it, LOL. Don't get me wrong, like, when I give a score to a game, I grade on a very harsh bell curve, and by bell curve, I don't mean, like, compared to other games. I mean, I think, like, compared to the idea of perfection in a video game. And I think Sekiro's shortcomings for me are how linear it is and how I wasn't really motivated to do subsequent playthroughs or like anything like that, just because like once you master the game, you kind of master the game. Like Sekiro does too good a job at forcing the player to play it, if that makes sense. And also there's some like really weird stuff with the item economy with like the snap seeds, the divine confetti, and stuff like that. And also the game, its story beats were a little bit awkward. And it just didn't have like a lot of the extra content, I guess, up until maybe they released the DLC. Well, quote unquote DLC. That didn't work the way that I wanted. Alright, let's try to group all these dudes up. Oh, I ran out of magic. Oh my god, that's even better than I expected. It's like every time I use this, I'm like just astounded at how good it is. I know why it seems like I hardly picked anything up. It's because I got rid of the Ring of Herculean Strength. You don't care about X out of 10 ratings? Boring opinion, you know? I mean, it's just kind of easier to conceptualize for some people. So like the way that I kind of look at the out of 10 ratings would be, and this is kind of silly, but if I was talking to someone that I didn't know and the topic for whatever reason like shifted to video games, like how likely would I be to just bring up a game for somebody to play in a conversation? And I would like recommend Sekiro just as much as I would recommend Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne. I would want to recommend Dark Souls 1 almost more, but I do recognize it's a little bit more Spartan and has a few more issues that would make me more reluctant to do it. And yeah, that's just kind of how I feel about it. And it's also because they're kind of like apples and oranges and, I don't know, lemons? Well, what's a third to compare between those games? Yeah, I don't treat a 7 like a Game Informer does. To me, like an average an enjoyable game is a 5. And so like a guilty pleasure game for me, which I would consider a 5, would be a game like Dynasty Warriors. Like it's repetitive as hell. It's stupid. But you know what? It's fun and I enjoy it every once in a while where you just kind of like chill out and kill tens of thousands of people. With the caveat of I enjoyed like the earlier Dynasty Warriors titles a bit more when they were like a little bit more, when there was a little bit more back and forth up until you got to like the end game stuff. But the newer ones are just not my cup of tea because you can just like literally juggle 100 things on screen and it just becomes boring. But even that once in a while can be kind of fun, like the Warriors Orochi games. So hopefully that kind of makes sense for those ratings. which I know is like not everybody's cup of tea, but that's just kind of how I feel about it. You're a 1 through 5 kind of guy yourself. So the reason why I would use 5 as the baseline is because I would say anything below 5 would be like sub-optimal, sub-average, whatever. And so I think like 5 is a good point. And to me, like a 10 is unattainable, and 1 through 4 is the same amount as like 6 through 9. So I think like 5 is like the perfect middle point. But yeah. Basically Destiny 2. So like, yeah, Destiny 2, that's a really weird one for me to rate. Like, gameplay and stuff, I feel like it's almost like an 8, but I'd be less likely to recommend it to new people because of like a lot of random stuff. But I think in a general sense, I would give it like a 7, kind of like Dark Souls 1, where it's like, oh, you want to play this game? It's fun, but you should like have a certain kind of mindset going into it. Otherwise, you might not have such a good time. Like, I guess that's pretty much everything here, minus the swamp of dudes over there. Monster Hunter games never rate 10s, but you've played them more than anything, your guilty pleasure. Yeah. And so for me, like, Disgaea is a game that's kind of also like a guilty pleasure. Like, they're not super good for like their stories generally, but they're a certain kind of grind that I enjoy. So they're like an above average game, but they're not like fantastic. Like, if you've played one turn-based strategy game, you've played them all. So like, well, I personally enjoy those a lot. It's not something that I would just like recommend to a bunch of people. Dynasty Warriors 4 is your favorite? That's a good one. I think 3 might have been mine. I really have a soft spot for 2 and 3, although 4 was really good and streamlined a lot of things. People don't actually read the reviews, they just look at the score. Yeah, and I realize like giving things scores is also kind of an exercise in futility, because places like Game Informer and Kotaku have kind of like ruined what scores people expect. But regardless, I'm just going to still keep on with my system because it makes sense to me, and I could just be maybe a stone standing against the current of other game reviews. And I should do more game reviews on my channel, but it just kind of takes time. Like, some game reviews that I want to do, and I have wanted to do for a while, and I just haven't gotten around to them, are like Super Mario Maker 2. Not to like give it like a numerical score, but just to like conceptualize like a lot of like what game development can actually be like for people who know nothing about game dev. So, Super Mario Maker 2, Destiny 2 I kind of want to talk about, but it's just kind of a mess. What's another one? Oh, like this old PlayStation game called Alundra would be a really fun one to do. It's been a long time since I've played it, but it kind of like, it's like a Legend of Zelda game, an old like 2D style one that's kind of more like Bloodborne in some ways, because it's like more mature and it deals with like going into people's dreams and stuff. It's a really good game that I wish more people knew about. Hey, we got all the poop. Can these things drop down? They can. Damn, he attacked really quickly. Alright, I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh my god, they actually hit hard. Because I can't seem to get my parry timing down. Oh no, there's more. Alright, the little dudes are fine. Or not. And I think this is annoying, trying to get all the way back. Let's get in there. Sweet. Okay. Thief ring. Yeah, so there's another thief ring here for some reason. Okay. Hey, you, hey, who is that guy that died that everyone liked but is coming back? What? You can't even play the content he died in? At first, I thought you were talking about Total Biscuit because we were talking about game reviews. The guy that died that everyone liked but is coming back. Tupac? You can't even play the content he died in? So Philanthropist says, while Destiny's 2 gunplay is hella fun, the community and the societal aspects it has developed over the years really kill it for you. Hard to find decent peeps to play with in that hellhole. Well, you should play with some of us on the Discord. We've got a decent bunch of folk. We, are pretty chill about it, so we just kind of more or less play for fun. But yeah, I feel like the basic game engine for Destiny is really fun, and just like a lot of systemic issues have plagued the game for a long time. But to be fair, the devs have been slowly but surely working on them, so I will give them like credit for that. There's no option for like status effects. Was that how it was in the original? You couldn't see how much poison you were taking here? That's so strange. Yeah, that was a big fall. Cade. Oh, that dude. Okay, I understand what you're asking now. Evil Noah says, you've heard of Alundra but never played it. You do ever have Shadow of Destiny, and that's an underrated game, you think? Yeah, Alundra's really, really good. It's one of my favorite, like, platformers for the PlayStation 1. Noctis Gaming, welcome in. You stopped playing Destiny for a long time, but somewhat looking forward to see more about Bungie's next game. As you think in terms of gunplay, they really nail it. Yeah. So that's kind of how I feel about Bungie's games in general. Like, I've never really been into the lore of Destiny because I'd never really cared about lore in a live action, or not live action, but a live service game because it's kind of all negligible for the most part. But apparently, like, theirs is actually a bit more cohesive over time. So I just kind of always enjoyed it for the gunplay. All right. Pretty sure like all of that stuff was like a dead end. Oh, okay, no, I could have gone that way and then that'll bring me back up eventually. Okay, that makes sense. But I see glowing stuff this way. Yeah, okay. The dude that died and is coming back. Yep, that's definitely Cade. Cade 6. Like total biscuit. Tupac. I don't know why I didn't think of Cade. Oh yeah, I know why. It's because I don't like Cade. So I just kind of like try to block him from memory. He died, but they're bringing it back as nostalgia bait. There might be a reason for it. I saw like a really funny Reddit poop post where they said like the Guardian is stored in the ball. And that was funny enough to make me laugh and be like, okay, I could kind of see why, if that's the truth, the Guardians are stored in the ball. Yeah, so that spot over there really annoyed the crap out of me my first time playing because I'm like, oh man, these items are guarded by like Mega Beasts, so it must be something good, right? No, there's like probably like storied warrior souls or whatever. Let's actually change this out. Counteracts poison. So I know I can't roll in here. So I think my goal is... Oh, there's 4, not 3. I always thought it was 3. So I think my goal is to, like, sprint up and then immediately firestorm, and hopefully I don't get caught in my animation. Uh-oh. No, I didn't put firestorm on! That was even worse. That was just RNG killing me. That and lucky dude pushing me off a cliff. So normally I would take it as a matter of pride to go and get my souls back and get those stupid items over there. But I remember being so annoyed at how crappy they were my first time playing through, I don't even care, to be honest. The new Jesus game coming out? They're gonna have to kill off Zavala due to the actor? Maybe. I don't know. Hopefully not. But, I mean, that stuff would have been made long in advance of Lance Reddick's passing. The cutscenes, I mean. Well, that's one way to get down here. And there's no real reason to interact with anything over here, so we're just going to run. Well, waddle, wade. Oh, that's not an item. You put Cade back in the grave yourself. The problem with Destiny 2 lately is that they refuse to properly kill off important characters. Osiris, Zavala, and Marasov should all be dead by now. Well, I don't know how much you've kept up with things, but a few more notable characters have passed lately. Which I don't blame you for not knowing or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, like, sometimes the story is kind of silly, which is partially why I never really took it that seriously to begin with. As a live service game, just as like a kind of general rule of thumb. Oh, there's an item over there. Man, kind of low on resources for now. So this time I will not screw around by the hole to get, like, just ambushed. Oh my god, that thing hits hard. Ripping pieces and pieces. That place in the original game still torments you to this day. Valley of Defilement is depression, lol. I mean, honestly, if you just go through the places where you need to, I don't think this place is that bad. It has like a few annoying parts, especially like, you know, these little dragonflies if you're melee. That probably was more annoying to me my first playthrough. Having the little fireball spell actually helps. It finally has a use. Oh no. I can feel the temptation to go back growing within me. Yeah, that's kind of a lot more satisfying dealing with them this way. You haven't played the remake? It's a little funny how seriously portions of the D2 fandom take the story because it's like 75% vibes based. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how people really take it that seriously when you have like the Grasp of Avarice dungeon or the Season of Plunder included into the game. Which, it's probably a good thing Mortis isn't in the chat right now, otherwise he'd be having a conniption. So we get some more slugs. Because this is where, like, the Moonlight Greatsword is supposed to be, maybe? I don't remember exactly where. I don't think I actually got it my first playthrough. I think I like screwed up something. Might have been world tendency based. I don't know how it works. You were expecting Destiny to be some schizocore, but everything you hear about it is a snore. So there's like different subsects of the stuff you can get into. Like the lore that they have on their weapons and stuff is kind of cool and is a lot more metal. But then like it's like the difference of like how SpongeBob can have like those really detailed close-ups in an image. And then other times they're just like really soft drawings and whatnot. It's kind of like the same thing. In terms of like the seasonal stuff versus like the written stuff. So what do we need to do here? Do we just need to like wait for them all to drop down? Or do we just like keep killing them? Or is it like up above that we do it? If Mortis is watching this, sorry, lol, yeah. Need to be pure white? Okay, that's what I thought. Uh-oh, heal. That wasn't the heal I needed. Oh, did it like cut off my animation? You'd think this would be like a good farm for items, but it's kind of not. I'm in the muck too much. Stop punching. It's such a bad mechanic. Did we finally get them all? Defeated over 9,000 demons. You picture Mortis sitting there like Hawkwood and DS3 talking about Destiny giving him conniptions. No. Mortis really loves Destiny. So, as Teen Sith says, we'd be the ones giving him the conniptions. Why don't you just firestorm the slugs? Because it wasn't as effective as I was hoping. And I also didn't want to take the time to use the spices and get jumped on. Oh no, these dudes. Oh, that red soul just scared the crap out of me because it reminded me of the time that I just got ganked by the butcher girl. So we've got the thief ring on. Could probably gank these dudes, but I think there's... Is there something behind them as well? Can't tell. Oh no! I'm stuck. I'm really stuck. Okay. So note to self, buff all the way up, and then just Firestorm spam. Yeah, I think I got, as T-Seth said, staggered out of the casting animation because it didn't seem like it made nearly as much pillars as I was hoping. And with those two dudes and the little caster behind them right there, I thought there was a little bit more solid ground behind them. So then I got stuck in a spot where I was attempting to roll when I couldn't. So I got a little bit animation locked, but... yeah, I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Maybe once we get the shortcut. Maybe try regular fireballs. I only have the weakest form, which doesn't do a lot of damage. I thought I could be cheekier, and I could be. I just didn't know the lay of the land. So I failed to apply Sun Tzu's Art of War stratagem to the game. Oh, did you mean against the slugs? I could have, I just didn't want to use all the magic. All the mana. Uh-oh. So now that I'm over this thing, I'm going to ignore the mosquitoes. Just sprint across. The one dog's about to start woofing in her sleep. Are those my souls over there? It seems like that's way off center. So that's the terrible area. What is dying? The big breed should be weak to fire. You think everything is? Yeah, okay. Once we get back on over here, we should be good. Should be able to use 2 firestorms. That's kind of what I wanted the first time. How did he have a farther range than I did from that? I tried to roll. I should remember. I think these things explode when you hit them, so I want to kind of be at a distance. Oh, I guess they don't. Aged spice. Alright, well, I'm already poisoned, so I may as well deal with this area. Or should I just wait until I get pure white? Yeah, let's just wait till we get pure white. I think that makes way more sense. If I need to come back this area? Yeah, I do have some fire bombs. I think only like 3 on my person. And then I actually liked this spot for what it was. Welcome. It's kind of like a pseudo village. It's a lot of dudes everywhere. And we have the merchant again. And I think this should technically be the same lady. I think if you kill her in one spot, she stays dead in the others.
I know you.
Yep.
Would you buy something, please? My poor child is sick. He needs your help. This place, it's a proper heap of rubbish. All the rot of the world, living or not, ends up here. My boy doesn't want for anything. Ever since that demoness came here, everything has turned foul. This was a much better place before she came. I was the apple of every man's eye. You're here to rid us of her, aren't you? Well, don't show her any mercy. My boy doesn't want for anything.
So that kind of reveals a bit of her motivation for everything. She doesn't like Estrella because she was more or less cast aside as a result of that Faintstone shard. That's different. Oh, the Mirdan set. Mirdan. Increases resistance to status ailments. Ground blend of herbs and jelly with a slightly sweet smell. Grants additional resistance to status ailments temporarily. The denizens of the valley believe the mixture of dried herbs and various spices purged the air of toxins that cause disease. Oh yeah, other thing she mentioned was how everything in the world kind of ends up there along with all the rotten stuff, and that kind of reminds me of. I can't even think of what it's called in Dark Souls 2. The place where you go to fight the rotten, but not like the caverns, but the place before it that's just completely covered in darkness. It's not Dragheap. It's obviously not the Chasm of the Dark. I'm just drawing a blank. Please, sir, her poor child is sick. Give her souls to embolden her sickly spirit. The gutter, thank you. Yeah, the gutter. Yeah, so it's kind of like a repeat, or the gutter is kind of like a repeat of this idea, because you do have like a bunch of poison enemies in there as well, with like flying dudes. Alright, Mirdan Helm. A helm crafted from white metal and bestowed upon knights who serve as temple guards. The first temple was built in Mird, a land that fell long ago. Its weight, blah blah blah. Temple guards in Mird, or Mird. Oh, Darkmoon Grass also cures status ailments. Interesting. It's a rare pitch black specimen, assumed to be a divergent strain of New Moon Grass. Interesting. Alright, maybe I should buy these, but I'm stingy and I don't want to spend the souls on them.
Nothing for you, you wretched penny pincher. Just let the children of the poor die, is that it? Please buy more for the poor child. Such a poor child. You're here to rid us of her. Nothing for you, wretched.
I do like how much venom she puts in her words right there. Damn it. I didn't mean to walk off. Now I'm gonna get poisoned for nothing. Okay. Yeah, it's annoying because I have no idea where, like, I'm at on the quote-unquote poison meter right now. So we got a bunch of dudes over there. So I'm at half MP. Screw it. I'm just gonna like sprint through. And then go unlock the shortcut. And then potentially clear out this area. Or not. Oh god. Got how much damage these things can do. Hey, we finally get some light moon grasses. These glowing weapons? Google thirsty little flower meme. Oh, you guys said some other stuff. Okay, the Black Gulch. You're a thirsty little demon. You have to water me. You have to use your soul. Oh. You don't know of the meme? Alright, so now we should be good to go get our shortcut. I think there's another dude over here, though, or just the skeeters. Okay. I was trying to save my magic. That was not the magic that I meant to use. And then those jerks. I think they throw rocks at you. If you try to hit them from up here. Damn it. I'm gonna give that one a negative rating because it didn't allow me to pick up the item at first. My heart's breaking. Nightbot with the hydrate right after the thirsty flower comments. Good timing. Legendary warrior soul. Okay, sweet. Now I'm gonna go back to the Nexus just to buy the cheaper healing items from patches, which are still marked up. Not that I really expect to need them for the boss or anything, but I don't like being this low on the resources. Since YouTube removed the ability for us to see how many dislikes a video has, can you still see the dislike counter on my end? Yes. Why? Have you been disliking all my videos, Noah? Do you have something to say, Noah? Yeah, no. So it's still visible to the creators. But I'm still really annoyed that they got rid of the dislike thing. So much so that I actually got the add-on to, like, enable it. Because, like, there's so many videos from, like, smaller creators that have value that just get completely swamped by, like, fake videos or, like, clickbait stuff that has nothing to do with what they're talking about. So it makes it a lot more difficult to actually find the quality videos in a sea of nonsense. Not at all. You don't dislike anything. You're neutral, lol.
No, don't mention it. It's the least.
Right, so... Damn, only 8 of these? Well, that's all I could carry. This is a wee bit painful. Let's go put some things away. I'm assuming it's because of these. Damn it. So one thing that I don't like is by pressing left instead of going up and over here, it just stays on the row. Which, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but why? Not really using these too much anymore, so let's go into the storage. Oh, we have a lot of these. Holy crap. I guess I didn't really need to buy them. And we're doing good on those. I don't think I've ever really felt the need to use one of those. The sharpening stones. Bright water. I'm not even sure when I would use this. I guess it's for the levels rather than the bosses. Just in my mind, you always want to save your stuff for like a boss battle. But the levels are more... It's just, this isn't a word, like attritionizing. Like, you have more attrition going through the levels than you do fighting the bosses most of the time. Of all the issues with YouTube, and they changed the dislike button. Well, apparently, I don't know if you saw the news. I saw like a tiny bit of it, but like Twitch is changing their stuff now. So like, streamers can only have like a watermark promoting their content cover like 3% of their screen space or something like that. I'm like, what the hell? And like the screen banner of a Twitch streamer can only fit certain dimensions going forward. Looked really awkward. So, not getting into YouTube drama though. Oh god, no. Hey, how about that weather, huh? Yeah. A new YouTube, but better and not... I don't know what you're trying to say. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Well, may as well go down there now. Mirdan hammer. Get good. You know what? Fine. The ad guidelines, yeah, they changed those. There are alternatives like Rumble and Odyssey, but good luck with that. And then there's like Kick for streaming, but I'm not a fan of it with like the way that they promote gambling and all this other stuff. Like I understand some people are into the whole like, oh, you can do and say whatever you want on Kick as opposed to like Twitch. But I mean, like, what's that different that really substantiates the need for it? I don't know. There's like one decent example, but I actually don't remember what it is off the top of my head. It was like, okay, yeah, I could see streaming on a different platform. But I mean, I don't think like Twitch's ads, or not ads, but their I don't think the rules are like that restrictive. I mean, obviously, like the way that they apply those rules is kind of more problematic. Or the way they don't do it. Oh, Twitch immediately walked back half of that because of the outrage. Oh yeah, it was so bad. Like, it just made no sense to me. Like, I mean, I get what they were trying to do in like, in terms of trying to get more money for their own platform. Yeah, I get that. But just like the arbitrary restrictions that they were going to place on content creators, just like, what the hell? I forgot about that. We're getting got by the mosquitoes. So they really are mosquitoes. It didn't do a ton of damage, but still enough to be annoying. YouTube has to royally screw up in order for alternatives to thrive for the long term. It's not even that. So you have to consider how expensive It actually is to store literally the entire internet's like content. There are so many videos on YouTube. I probably literally like millions, maybe even billions of videos that probably don't even have over 100 views. So it's like, how do they justify keeping that much content stored on all of their servers and all that? But setting like that stuff aside, there's also like the traffic and stuff to consider. And so like the way that like YouTube makes money is through Google AdSense revenue. And for the longest time, they didn't make money directly off of YouTube. So there can effectively be nothing to compete with YouTube unless it's like state sponsored. I could like maybe something like Chinese could do it, but it's just not that simple to like make a better platform. Just because like the infrastructure that YouTube has alone is astronomically so much farther than anything else. It's not even close. No more G Fuel covering the entire low half of the screen. How will we watch content? Yeah. You get adding a couple of guidelines to avoid spam, but the guidelines they released wouldn't have made anybody extra revenue whatsoever. No, it's definitely for the platform. And by the platform, I mean like Twitch itself, not like the content creators. Which, I mean, I get revising things so that Twitch can make more profits. I mean, capitalist society, they can do that. However, like the restrictions that they were trying to enforce upon the content creators along with those changes was just kind of asinine. Like 3% of a content creator's stream can't be covered by like their own watermark. Like not even given like actual full numbers, just 3%. Such a random thing. Like, how are you going to measure that? Ban somebody for having their own watermark cover like 3.23% of their screen. Get out of here. Yeah, Twitch does take a big portion of sub revenue. And like creators aren't going to make anything off of the ads that Twitch airs either, unless they have some deals going on, but apparently like that's not even that much of a thing anymore. I don't know. I guess I could try Soul Ray. That other spell I equipped. Yeah, because just trying to deal with two of those is almost as much as a Firestorm. You always thought it was wild how YouTubers are multimillionaires, yet YouTube itself barely breaks even. The merchant outside projects do make up a lot of the bigger people's money. So you should think of it like maybe in terms of like casting a net into the ocean. Like if YouTube is the ship that everybody's on, then like a couple of people might have had enough foresight to bring a like big ass net, whereas like most other content creators might be using like one fishing rod, and some people may only be working with like a harpoon that isn't even attached to anything, you know? So like some people are going to make bank because it's a numbers game, but those people are offset by the absolute number of people that don't make content and or don't even monetize their channel. And there are kind of like a decent amount of restrictions on what it takes to become monetized. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think you needed like 1,000 subscribers and like 3,000 watch hours, or was it like 30,000 watch hours? One of the two. Or, you know, something completely different. So that doesn't really seem like a large number, because like when you look at most content creators, they've already like long surpassed that. But most people won't reach one of those two metrics for whatever reason. And so for every one big channel that you see, there's probably 10,000 or maybe even higher than that smaller channels that you're not going to see. So it's kind of like the same with Twitch, where the cream rises to the top, and some of that is just based off of being first to do something, or just like being like grandfathered into the system. And I say like grandfathered in a kind of like a loose sense, where they just kind of benefited from being in the right place at the right time. And so if you start off with more views, it's kind of easier to snowball that into greater views than it is to like build a channel from scratch. And by that same token, it's also a lot easier to break a channel by like having videos underperform than it is to keep growing in a certain sense. So like the channels that continue to grow are more likely to continue to grow because they figured out a way to make content that's broadly appealing. And it's a little bit counterintuitive, but more quality and more effort doesn't exactly correlate to more views. Sometimes like the most simple stuff is what will generate more views than more specialized subjects, which, you know, just kind of works the same with like gathering knowledge in general, where there's going to be more people that know about the basics of a certain subject than there are going to be doctors on that subject. So you're more likely to find generalist channels that kind of become specialized in generalization than you are going to find a lot of like super popular, super detailed channels, if that makes sense. Which I guess is a bit of a departure of what we were like originally talking about, but basically it's kind of like a pyramid scheme where like the people on the bottom contribute like going up towards the top, and only the people at the top really gain the benefits of it, kind of. So there is a bit of meritocracy that goes along with all that, don't get me wrong. But it's just kind of a weird thing where everybody's at the mercy of an algorithm. Which also seems to have like levers on it, which can get pressed by like random people, which kind of makes everything a lot more shady sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely got the numbers wrong in your head, I'm right? Okay. Yeah, 0.01 creators have actually gotten rich. I think the numbers on Twitch are, if you have an average view rate of over, was it literally like 20 or 26 people, you're in the 0.01% of streamers already? Or maybe it's 0.1. Let's be conservative. 0.1% if you have over 20 people in your chat. However, if you look at any streamer on Twitch or YouTube and they only have 20 streamers, you know, what are they? They're like they're like a loser. Like the largest streamers literally have thousands of people. And it just kind of creates this weird culture where it's all about big numbers rather than like the actual content that people are making. And so like the larger the number, the better the content because more people are watching. So it kind of becomes self-serving in a kind of weird fatalistic way. And of course, like that's like super generalizing and people do break the mold, don't get me wrong. It's just kind of strange. It does have like a snowballing effect. All right, let me actually read chat so that way I could pay attention to where I need to go. You think the biggest thing was how they'd really screw over events and esports because of how big sponsorships are for them? Yeah, that was so, yeah, exactly. It just absolutely kills a content creator's ability to get sponsorships or like represent their sponsors. YouTube has always operated at a loss, even since Google bought it. So I think they became profitable like within the past 5 years. It's been super recent. But if I'm wrong about that, let me know. I'd be glad to get like a quote from something more recent that still says that it operates at a loss. I feel like 0.01 creators getting rich is actually astronomically high. You have 20 subscribers and you don't know why, lol? Yeah. Keemstar, iDubbbz, the Paul Bros, Markiplier, Mr. Beast, and Pewds are the only ones who really made massive cash on YouTube. All the rest make bank, but not enough to retire at 37. Yeah. And even then, like, a lot of content creators that, like, maybe have, like, 100,000 subs, that's probably at about how much you could make it into, like, a full-time job if you also have, like, other sponsors with you, maybe. It just kind of depends on like a lot of factors. Nothing gives you more anxiety than seeing people have quit their jobs for YouTube because they got a couple of popular vids and then go full panic mode after a few months. It happens. You couldn't imagine quitting your day job to do content creation. Well, it's another job, and that's kind of the thing that a lot of people don't realize. And it's really fickle. Like, I think in order to make it in content creation, you either need to like make the most premier content that fits the most generalist bill possible. So things like I'm trying to think of like good channels for that. Like TED Talks are an excellent example, except not really, because it's not really driven by one person as much as it is like a team of people. Game Theory, that'd be a good channel, or like Donkey, where they've no, Donkey is a terrible example of that. Game Theory is also kind of bad. I'm trying to think of like the sciencey type channels, and I'm just so bad at remembering names. Vsauce, of course, that's a good one to think of. So like, while Michael is a personality of Vsauce, his content is so broadly appealing that it's bound to succeed. And that's kind of the niche that they've gone for, which makes a ton of sense. Because, like, if you make not mass-produced, but, like, mass-marketed videos, you're going to get a mass of people to make more content for. But unless you're doing that, I think the best way to, like, make content is make it more personality-based, which is a lot harder to do. Like, you have to have a likable enough personality to carry yourself if you're in a content drought. So Donkey, I think, is a perfect example of that. Like, he was a League of Legends video content creator for the longest of times, and then he like branched out from making kind of meme videos about that into just memes about everything. And he's kind of a powerhouse of, YouTube comedy nowadays. Asmongold is another like content creator who has transitioned away from World of Warcraft into doing like personal streams, react streams, things like that. Of course, like the other big name streamers like XQC is more of a personality thing. Like then there's also like, the clicks that go along with everything, where it's less about what they're playing as much as it is like what they're doing that draws the audience, I guess. And they just kind of have like a loyal, maybe that's not the right word, like a rabid following just to see what they're doing. And he says, you don't think you need to be as generalist as possible if you want to make a livable wage? Take a look at Mauler and Patrician TV. So, yeah, I think there's like exceptions, but generally, if you're not making generalist content, you need to either have a broad enough niche that can support you, or you need to have a strong enough personality to be the content if you don't actually have like a regular source of content. Epic Name Bro switched to streaming. Don't blame him. He attracted the absolute worst people in his comment section. That's kind of funny. Yeah, Epic Name Bro is another good one. Matt Pat makes great money, though, like just under $1 million a year when you looked in 2020. You used to like Game Theory, but Matt Pat and them got to be too squeaky clean company people for your liking, and half the time their info was wrong. He also had a mental breakdown during a really nasty divorce. Ooh. Donkey branched out because he got banned. Not necessarily. Like, you could definitely tell before the ban that he wanted to do more, but was afraid that, like, his League of Legends personality was, like, all that his fans would accept of him. Like, he had made other videos, or, like, other styles of videos, along with his League of Legends ones around that time. But obviously him getting banned, I think it was, to be fair, it was a temporary ban because of, like, some silly thing that he did. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because he just kind of quit League at that point because he was burnt out on it, which totally makes sense. POV, a game has been out for a full year and has the most dedicated lore fan base out there, and you're already the highest paid YouTuber that covers the game. 10 new and exciting things never seen. Yeah. So, okay. We were talking about content and all that, and I was looking to see where to drop down to see those items. Oh yeah, I think I wanted to drop that way. How do we get there? Okay, that's not the proper drop spot. I'm gonna get poisoned. And stuff like this, I wish I could vault on. Sweet. Okay, I can vault on it. So maybe that's the way back up. Please stop. The white phantom scared me. Have I measured my IQ? I mean, I don't take it really seriously. I don't think I've ever really had an official one, unless, like, the tests that they did on me in elementary school count, but I'd never received those scores. And it's always, you know, popular to, like, inflate their scores, but from, like, the online stuff that I've taken, I've ranged anywhere from, like, 110 to 132. But I typically come in around, like, 120. And I'm not just, like, feel so damn pretentious to say that shit. Is it definitely above 122? Thanks, I guess. I don't know. I don't really like IQ tests because, I don't know, they're just not very good indicators of a person's intelligence quotient, I feel. Despite, like, that being the name of them. So really anything worth buying from her? Yeah, the rotten arrows. Oh, I can't because I don't have the inventory space. Well, we'll buy the exorbitantly expensive things. Or not. I wish you could sell items to merchants. You like to use IQs to joke around or give people compliments? ENB's From the Dark Let's Play got you through some rough stuff. Well, glad it's helped out. Yeah, I've gotten comments where, like, my videos have helped other people, and that's just kind of crazy to me. It's just kind of hard to appreciate that, because it's the whole idea of like the parasocial relationship where like you can make content and that can like people can connect with it, but you didn't necessarily go through and make that connection directly with them. So it's just, I don't know, weird to be on the other side of it, I guess. Because it's like the Thanos meme where like they're like, you did this to me. I'm like, I don't even know who you are. Which, if you're one of those people, you know, thanks for watching and all that. I appreciate you checking out the content. I'm glad it has resonated with you to some degree. And I'm not trying to like make light of it or anything. It's just surreal, I guess. Yeah, I think that's it for all the little items here. So, although this place is kind of annoying, I do like this kind of like complicated aspect to the level design where there's like little nooks and crannies where you can keep finding stuff if you keep looking. I thought there was stuff up there still. Okay, that makes sense. My BB lore vids and live streams were your safe space in those days. I'm glad. The power of someone who can't hear or see you talking to you about your favorite games is not to be underestimated. No thoughts, just vibes. Yeah, I feel that. Like I said, I don't watch like a lot of content myself, but you know, I do watch like other things. So yeah, I definitely understand like having comfort food in the form of visual entertainment. You still get comments every couple days on an old fanfic? That's great. Epic Name Bros Dark Souls lore videos taught you so much about the world of Dark Souls and gave you a deep appreciation for all the games. His work is a part of why you're here now, watching last videos and streams. Cool. Yeah, I haven't watched a ton of Epic Name Bros stuff. I've come into his streams a couple times. I'm just really bad about like watching streams often enough in general. But yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. It's beautiful. In a way, it's beautiful to find someone who shares your same love for something and then do high quality content about it for very niche audiences, something you can relate to. Yeah. So now we get the Dirty Colossus. I don't remember how much magic I have available right now. Need to roll. Cool. So we have enough for one Firestorm before I need to use another one. Oh, and this thing shoots bees at us. Let's switch to Aged Spice. So that way we can get more bang for our buck. I should have equipped the Chris knife. Oh no. I didn't realize how low my HP was. Am I poisoned? No. Oh yeah, I took the Chris off. That makes sense. So for this thing, I think I did melee stuff like normal. And I just overwhelmed him with fire magic, or fire damage, with the resins my first time through. So another difficult boss has been downed. Eroded Demon Soul. Storied Warrior Soul. And now we should finally be at White World Tendency. With the 2 bosses defeated. So we'll go back to the Nexus, potentially level up or get a new spell, and then come back to get the Holy Moonlight Greatsword. No, we're not pure white yet. So Rotting Haven, Arkstone of the Dirty Colossus Demon. Beyond the swamp filled with poisonous jellyfish and giant slugs is a cavern that absorbs all that is unclean and a shrine of rotten trees erected in honor of a demon. Visitors offer souls to be freed from their notions of suffering. So yeah, I'll talk about that a bit more when we do the Astraea stuff. You don't even remember how you found my channel? You blinked, where's the boss? Where'd that pile of ash come from? It was a little bit longer than a blink this time, but I appreciate the exaggerated compliment. Matthew McMillan, how's it going, man? Oh, yeah. I forget you need to reload the area. That would make sense. Thank you. Yep, you're right. I should have remembered that. Where's our maiden? There she is.
Thou seekest then touch the demon. I keep the candles lit. Soul of the mind.
Hey, we can level up twice. Wait, we actually got a decent amount of souls for once. Should I even bother leveling up Faith at this point?
Let strength be granted.
Oh yeah, I guess the reason would be for like the special, what's it called? 1 to revive. So yeah, okay, I'll keep going to Faith for now. But you know, if we do more magic, we don't need to revive because the best defense is a good offense, right? Right. We can cleanse our boo-boos, so we don't need to worry about getting gots. Just get good, right? Alright, Teen Sith, you take care. Thanks for dropping in. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Nate Doggy, welcome in. You're playing Demon Souls right now too? Sweet. Are you playing the original or the remake?
Bravo. You have brought more demon souls to me. Thank you. You are a fine magician. Let me pass on further arts of the wand. I am one step closer to the essence of the demon soul. Our human potential is great. As you know, magic is one of the soul arts. The Scourge of Boletaria has activated all souls and energized all magic. Perhaps, then, we should work to preserve this state of heightened reality? Oh, no, heaven forbid. The demons steal souls, and with them our sanity. Such blasphemy must not be permitted. The demons steal souls, and with them our sanity. Such blasphemy must not be permitted.
Alright, so Frake tells us some pretty interesting stuff in terms of the souls, and I've already forgotten what he said. It had something to do with humans and the essence of the souls. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I wanted to go with it. So he mentions like getting more demon souls gives us a better look at the essence of ourselves, which I guess, to me, it's a little bit questionable whether or not the demons are just straight up demons or whether or not they were ever like human to some degree. And obviously like the old one could be an exception to that, but I'm just kind of curious because some people do transform into demons to a certain degree, whether it be arguably the Maiden in Black or Maiden Astraea, etc. So Matthew McMillan asked, do we know the reason the Maiden has wax-covered eyes? No, not exactly. There's some good ideas about it, and as Noah had said, it could be like a sight beyond sight thing, very Thundercats, where it's like the more that your eyes are sealed is kind of a general worldwide religious trope that if your real eyesight has been impacted by something, you're more likely to be more in tune with the spiritual world, I guess. So I think that's kind of one of the reasons why her sight is blinded. And beyond that, women can also serve as vessels for gods, I guess. And that's kind of why she's probably female and blind, so that she could be a better vessel for the spirits. And it's kind of something that gets repeated in other FromSoft games, like Irina in Dark Souls 3 is a blind maiden who becomes a vessel for darkness potentially, or the fire. And then you have Hayata in Elden Ring, who's also Irina in Elden Ring, and she becomes a vessel for the frenzied flame despite being blind. Did I say frenzied frame? Whatever. You're playing the remake, Nate? Nice. Looking forward to the Blue Point Bloodborne remake next. I'm a little bit apprehensive about that endeavor. Soholanthropist said, you don't know, you once read a YouTube comment about accusing Miyazaki of being sexist, as all his female characters are in a way crippled, submissive as hell, or outright dumb. You can stop laughing. Hey Katie, welcome back. How have your essays been going? You caught the last part? Nice. So yeah, with Miyazaki and femininity, I understand why some people could say that like the feminine characters in his games are like problematic because many of them seem to be passive. I feel like that's just kind of a short-sighted look at some of the characters, because we do have some like bona fide badasses with Maria, Melania, arguably even like Melina to a certain degree, even though she's like a bodiless maiden whose actions only come about through the characters' actions, the player characters, which I guess is kind of like stereotypically masculine. But setting that stuff aside, I think it's a little bit short-sighted to say that like the feminine characters are problematic because they're given more passive roles, because you could flip that argument on its head and say that those are more venerated roles and they have higher positions of authority because of it. So in some ways you could say that placing women on a pedestal is objectifying them, but you could also make the argument that it's glorifying them, if that makes sense. So I don't think either view is necessarily wrong, but it's arguable depending on the eye of the beholder, I think. Yeah, we're going to do Estrella real quick. And touch the demon inside me. When you say it out loud, it's like, duh, of course she's a demon pregnant. I don't know if she's like pregnant, but yeah. She's like a vessel for it. Noah forgot her name, but the barbarian chick in Elden Ring, Nefeli Lu, is a badass, and she has a nice little character arc. Yeah, so I think Nefeli is probably one of like the better feminine characters, and Millicent as well, because they have more active roles in their journey, and they're not as reliant on like the player character. Obviously, like finishing their quests is contingent on the player's actions, but they're more proactive in what they do. And all the NPCs are given passive roles for the most part, aside from summons. You might be right about saying that, perhaps. Nobody more passive than an onion bro, right? Alright, so...
steal souls, and with them our sanity. Such blasphemy must not be permitted.
Yeah, Lucatiel is definitely one of the most memorable and iconic NPCs. She's probably my favorite in Dark Souls 2. So we get Acid Cloud. And this should create a cloud of acid which corrodes equipped armor and weapons. So this is like more of a PvP thing, because it's not like this ever really affects normal enemies.
Please fetch me more demon souls. I can still be patient, my fine magician friend.
Stella says, you feel like it's a very reductive take, because you could find a way to make that argument about a lot of the male characters. Yeah, I kind of feel like you could, twist anything if you're good enough at playing devil's advocate.
misgivings about Frake. I was branded a witch at a very young age, and have been persecuted ever since. Although I never had ill intentions, this black craft of mine is intrinsically evil. If there is a God, he gave us souls to do good, not to practice witchcraft. My accusers detested my dark arts for good reason, for the path I have taken is tainted. This has been one of my realizations since coming to Volataria. But I am afraid that Frake, too, has ventured down the wrong path. He has become obsessed with the dark arts. But I am afraid that Frake, too, has ventured down the wrong path.
So Sage Frake is kind of the first version of Seath and Logan that will get that kind of archetype where they're looking into the nature of metaphysical reality for their universe, and it kind of essentially drives them mad in their pursuit of knowledge, because they're more or less essentially seeking ways to attain pseudo immortality or power enough to make them effectively immortal. And as I've mentioned in like many of my videos, it's kind of like a Buddhist thought where the way to attain nirvana and free yourself from the cycle of life and death is to forego your attachment to the cycle of life and death. And once you're able to let go of life and death, you will be free from it in a kind of metaphysical sense. Your attachment is what keeps you bound into reality, and that attachment is also the source of one's suffering. It's kind of dukkha, if anybody's familiar with the term, where like being attached to the world produces negative feelings because there's always going to be conditions in the material world which will allow for dissatisfaction to exist. So suffering is like a little bit of a strong word, but it's not entirely a wrong word for it, is from what I know. So Yuria's dialogue about Frake going down the wrong path is kind of a foreshadowing of what's going to come in later games. And I think Dark Souls does maybe the best job at kind of like getting towards that point, especially by the time you get to Dark Souls 3 and all that. But even in Dark Souls 1, there's a little bit with like Seath and Logan. But the nature of the dark makes things a bit more nebulous in that game, at least. So going back to Demon Souls, I do like how much more straightforward it is in like calling out these themes if you're able to like read between the lines and like pick them out. This game needs DLC, a 6th Darkstone. Yeah, it'd be nice if they had the 6th Darkstone. It's a little bit surprising they didn't include it, but I totally understand why. In the remake, that is. Often, the male characters are usually suffering due to their desperate, rash actions to cling to normality. From's female characters often represent a drastic, active change. And yeah, that could even potentially go into like the attachment thing that we were just talking about. Yeah, and Eileen's another great female character. Not enough eyes. Whether in ushering a new era, preventing further harm, or literally transforming into a more primal form, FromSoft ladies govern progress. Dukkha, is that how it's spelled? It's got like a little fancy accent on it. But here, I will type it into chat. Dukkha. Honestly, there was a video that I wanted to make talking about Dark Souls lore using the audio dialogue of some of Alan Watts's talks, but unfortunately I wasn't able to obtain licensing rights to do that. But I did look it up, and I really wish I could have shared it with the world at large, because I think it would have made a lot of Dark Souls stuff less mystifying for the general crowd. Like for the very few people that I did show the video to, they're like, oh my god, this really helps explain like Dark Souls lore probably better than anything that I've seen so far. So it's just a real big shame that I couldn't make it public. Hey Zero, welcome back to the stream. How you doing? You never hear anyone complain about the men in these games having the saddest, most tragic and depressing destinies known, lol. Alright, so Carla. Damn it, not Carla, but Yuria.
But I am afraid that Frake, too, has ventured down the wrong path. He has become obsessed with the dark arts. But I am afraid that...
Alright. So no more from her.
I owe my life to you.
Who isn't suffering in a FromSoft game? Patches. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk to the other boys.
Oh, is that you again? Do you have further offerings? Oh, Frake and the Candle Maiden. Yes, I see.
Yet, if the then may she be a tenor.
Alright. So my first time going through, because I'd beaten False King Allant, I really like the false avatar of Allant. I had Astraya for last, so I just kind of like warped out immediately after her fight, which is kind of disappointing, because I didn't know there was a point of no return.
No, don't mention it. It's the... I reckon they left behind some fine...
Alright. So I must be at my carrying limit again, 122.
Yep, I'm that good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put away like all the stones. Like literally all of them.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
Well, that was 23 pounds. Don't need the war scythe. We can keep the Chris. I don't have the souls now to buy more of these, but I would if I could. Oh. I think that's good enough for now. I should probably put some of these rings away. Oh wow, this weighs a lot. Okay. The crazy lady who sells mosses in Dark Souls 1 isn't suffering.
No, don't mention it.
So I've got a bunch of those in storage.
Yep, I'm that good.
Can I take some of the info from that video and kind of reiterate on it in my own video? Like quote certain parts that are said and work with that? I probably could, but like it makes a lot more sense for it to come from like a third party than from myself. And also the way he speaks is just much more eloquent than I am.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
And I kind of have reiterated some of the points that he brought up in my own words, but it's a bit of a much different vibe, and with the video that I'd had made with his dialogue, it was much more concise and requires much less setting up than what I do in my long form videos. But that is not a bad idea. I have so many of these. Holy crap. Alright, I'll just go with this. Now we'll go back to find the Moonlight Greatsword. Katie loves how Yuri is actually against the soul arts. First meeting Frake made you think that they were going for the misunderstood magician trope, which you think is getting tiresome. Is the video available to watch on YouTube or something? No, because I don't have the rights for the audio. I don't actually have it like publicly available or anything like that. But if you're in the Discord and send me a message, I might just like email it to you or something. And I might be able to find like a different thing to quote from. It's just kind of a lot of work to go through another like catalog of somebody's like recordings, find the relevant portions, and then like clip work for it, and then try to obtain rights for it, or like, you know, reverse that part. I only had 116. I should have remembered I didn't have any like souls. Yeah, because I was actually like emailing the Alan Watt organization for like months. Trying to be like, hey, don't forget about this. I wanted to do this before I got the no-go. You think the thing with Yuria is that she had it forced on her, the idea that the soul arts and what she does is bad? Like the Firekeeper in DS1 was taught her tongue was blasphemous. I still don't understand the Firekeeper in Dark Souls 1 and why they cut out her tongue. Like they just said that they did it because she did blasphemy. But I don't know what she actually did and what that entails. So we want to go that way. We've got all these mosquitoes coming towards us. Storied Hero Soul. I don't think there's anything way down there, so we'll ignore it. Or do I actually need to be all the way down at the bottom? We'll figure it out. So there's a new item down there. I wonder if I could get all the slugs. No. I I should have figured that wouldn't work because it needs to like actually land on the ground. Attack. Here goes nothing. Oh, really goes nothing. Run away. Okay, you can actually see the blade now. Bombs? We don't need no stinking bombs. Although that was probably a good idea. So here we go. We have the Holy Moonlight Greatsword, or whatever they call it in this one. The answer is within you. Large Sword of Moonlight. Okay. I've never used this weapon. What a jerk. Trying to wait for his perfect opportunity to strike. But he was too loud. He needed a thief ring. A legendary large sword that shines with moonlight. Strongly associated with Moonlight Knight Vito, one of the few remaining relics of God. The blue crystal blade is composed entirely of light, making it impossible to block with the shield. Now, if I remember correctly, this thing actually comes from Kingsfield, and Seath was also in one of the Kingsfields, maybe. I don't exactly know because I never really played them. And then in addition to Seath, there was Gyra, which is pretty much just Jura. As far as like the localization of names goes and everything. So how many? We only have 1,700 souls. Okay. It's faster to just get got. Or use the next hill binding. I guess I should have like zoomed in on what these things look like. Didn't it drop from Calamite like Dragon in Kingsfield? Maybe. Seath is from Kingsfield? Yeah? Okay, sweet. Doesn't Crestfallen say that she complained too much about being a firekeeper? I don't remember if she says that, or if he does. I don't think so. I feel like that I would have remembered. Evil Noah says, brainwashed, that's where you were looking for. The firekeeper was brainwashed and maybe tortured. You can't wait till From gives us more info about the forest that the Moonlight Greatsword is getting its power from. They've been really streamlining its lore these past couple of games. So, anyway. Right, yeah, let's just finish off this area with Estrella. And, hold on, how big is this area? Otherwise I might end it here. I didn't realize how late it was getting. I thought there's just like a little bit of a drop to the next area and then the fog wall. Okay. Yeah, because getting to the final area boss is always like super straightforward. I'm sad. Oops. Apparently I am mad. You can summon here. Could be your soulmate. You know, that's a really funny pun, but I don't think it was really meant that way.
Go forth, Galvin. May you be unharmed.
Garl, Vinland, and Maiden Astraya. Pretty iconic. Apparently there's two ways.
Slayer of demons. This is a sanctuary for the lost and wretched. There is nothing here for you to pillage or plunder. Please, leave quietly.
I think that's Yosefka's voice. Anyway, apparently there's two ways to complete this fight. It's either one through killing Garl Vinland, and then going to talk to Astraya. She just kind of pulls a Padme and just kind of dies. And then apparently the other way is ignoring him and attacking her directly. So I haven't done that one, and I might just do that one on stream. Even though it'll, like, cement my villain arc to the chat. So Garl Vinland should be coming up, like, the ramp on the left, I think. Or maybe we need to, like, progress down there for that to happen. To anger her. Oh no, he's over there. So you could cheese the crap out of him because he, like, his AI breaks. Like, he doesn't progress further than this spot, I don't think. So, yeah, I pretty much just hit and ran it. But his armor set's really cool. The triangle on the top of his head makes it so that he looks like a squid, I guess, according to the filthy woman. Alright, Katie, you take care. So yeah, let's go the long way around and fight Maiden Astraya directly, because I haven't done that yet. I guess I could use the footage for it, too. So yeah, I did use the Maiden Astraya footage with, like, Garl Vinland rising up in one of my videos. I don't even remember which one it was at this point. One of the very few times I could use, like, a reference to Demon Souls. Acer Aesthetics and Matthew Mentosis seems to have conflicting opinions on the Estus and Grass systems, both having interesting reasonings for why they prefer what. What system do I prefer? I think part of it depends on its implementation, because in some ways I do like the Grass system, because you can carry so much that it just, like, carries you really far, and it gives me more control over how much healing I want to administer to myself. So that's kind of nice. That doesn't mean such a thing couldn't exist in an Estus Flask system. However, I do feel like healing is kind of a bit too abundant in a game like Demon Souls. And you can carry so much that you can just, like, base tank everything almost. It kind of makes it a little bit easier. than it needs to be. But to be fair, like, Demon Souls isn't really that difficult of a game. Like, the hardest part of the game that I've experienced so far was going through Shrine of Storms, and that's literally only because I didn't have the Thief's Ring. But I guess if somebody didn't think about using the Thief Ring, it could be difficult, but I don't know. In general, I think I probably prefer the Estus Flask system, but with that being said, I think how you obtain upgrades is important. So, yeah. I don't know. I think both have their pros and cons, and I think it's probably just more like game dependent. So I think Astraea will attack us directly if Garl Vinland is still alive. Oh, I didn't realize this is like a poison plague swamp. Oh no. What are these, like, berserk fetus looking like things? Rotting Haven. Alright, I'll probably, like, put on, like, plague resist armor. Because I don't think I have very much plague resist on this. Yes, duh, but in Bloodborne it's shown that the moon itself is an entity. Oh, for the Moonlight Great Sword exists across all From games, and they're routing it into the plot now. There's probably a thinking being attached to it. So, not necessarily. As disappointing as this is, Yamagiwa, one of the producers for Bloodborne, had mentioned in an interview that the whole reason it got added into the DLC is because he literally was like, it's fan service. I wanted to include this fan service weapon in the game. So, the rule of cool is always a king in a FromSoft game. Davin Sosa, nice to see you again. Do you think Elden Ring would have benefited from a grass system? Though there are times you can get refills from killing enemies and scarabs. Times you can get refills for the flasks. Yeah. So I think Elden Ring probably has done it the best with, like, the flask system and the refills. Although it's a little bit disappointing you don't really get as many refills in the Legacy dungeon sometimes. But yeah, definitely the best implementation so far by quite a large margin, I think. I think I put away all my plague gear. Just those. But we can put on that. So I really liked Bloodborne's healing because it was kind of based on proportion, and just having the rally mechanic really helped keep players topped off a bit. It was just a little bit under-explained and kind of a little bit hard to utilize for some. So I wonder if I can just do this now. These things are a little bit tankier than I would have thought. Damn, that's fast. Okay, I've got an idea. Alright. Oh, there's a wall up here. Oh no, Garl Vinland! Why are you down here? I can't roll yet, you jerk! Alright. Idea time. I will just go the left path and just kind of avoid Vinland from there. Why is he being such an astute bodyguard? I've already died more to her on this playthrough than in the previous ones. Which probably isn't a bit of a surprise when I was like, oh no, this place has plague? Yeah, so I just cheesed the crap out of Vinland my first time through. I just poked him. Why is there no OST going right now? I need to sneeze. They kind of gimped the reality system for some weapons, like the Beast Cutter is terrible for getting back health, and that's your favorite weapon? That sucks. Bloodborne's the GOAT. Demon Souls is not actually a hard game. No, I really don't think it's that hard. I think like for the time that it came out, it was a bit of a paradigm shift, and it surprised people. Wait. But I don't think it's actually fundamentally hard. As I just get squished. You slow idiot. Catch me now, boy. Oh no, he can probably catch me now.
Please, lest you face the wrath of my lord.
No! I can roll here? Kind of, but not really. Oh, she's healing herself. Okay, that's cool. Alright, so what would be the fastest way to kill her? And or avoid him? Probably just like straight up attack spamming? Let's try the pine resins. I guess I should use like the defense spell, which I don't have equipped. Okay, grass jelly. Noah played Demon Souls on release, and you loved the difficulty of it. You turtled a lot behind a shield with a spear, but you made it work. And unlike some people's thinking on turtling being no fun, you had fun. Yeah, I definitely used a spear and a shield my first time playing Dark Souls. So you are in good company there. Yeah, maybe we should just do this now. Hopefully it's not like the Bright Stones of Dark Souls 1. Where it only works if you're not at full health. And hit the wall, you Goomba. I wonder if I can make him fall down. Well. Oh no! And I was about to talk trash about how stupid his AI was. He finessed me. I mean, honestly, just the reaction time of an AI. What are you gonna do about that? Parry that, bro? I'm the one who got parried. Also, welcome back to the stream, Lefty. You use the dragon-infused longsword too, but still lots of spear poking. How the turns have tabled. I should have probably put like the stamina jelly on too. I guess I'd get it back in the plague swamp. Oh no, 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 no. This is actually going to be an interesting challenge. I wonder if there's a way I can incapacitate Garl Vinland. I keep almost calling him Carl. Need to voice the consonant. The table has tied. Oh, I could probably just use a bow. Duh. And I wonder if like the rotting arrows can poison her. I do wonder whether or not Poison Cloud could kill her. So there's dudes up there. I don't think I can get a clear shot from here. So I might need to go down into that first area. Well, not exactly how I intended to do this, but we'll try to make it work. Oh no. I can't even land on the ground. You can kill her without dealing with Vinland, but it's a bit involved. LOL. Okay. Poke him with the spear. No, so if you kill Garl Vinland, Maiden Astraya just kind of dies automatically, but she has a bit of a different sort of dialogue, or it's a bit of a different, something different happens if you kill her and not him. That's a major thing you wish was in an NPC AI, the ability to fake them out without them only reading your inputs. Because magic in Elden Ring is embarrassing versus an AI. Yeah, like certain spells are a lot more OP, just because the NPCs will automatically dodge in Elden Ring. So if you have a spell that like lingers after it's pressed, it just kind of destroys. So I can't see her from here. Hopefully these things can't come up here. Damn it, nope, now Vinland's coming down. But if he just bodyguards her from over there, we might be able to make this work. We don't need this so much. Oh wait, I could have used this for Plague. Duh, I have the actual good spell on. Is that her? Maybe. Let's switch to these ones real quick. Okay, that one's not enough. I think it's just ever so slightly short of the range. I feel like, that one I feel should have gone through and hit. Oh, this might be better. Yeah, I'm almost out of those arrows. So it's like hitting something else. I mean, she would heal anyway, right? Okay, that should have been a headshot. She's cheating. Please don't kill me, bros. They killed me, bros. Yeah, the arrows arc a little bit, so maybe if we stay on the top cliff, we can get him. Get her, rather. And I think these dudes will attack me if I hit her. Maybe not. I didn't think anything was following me, it just sounded like it. Oh, maybe that's not her at all. She would be the one by the... Oh, God. I don't think I have enough arrows to finish this, unironically. There are poison arrows, I just don't have the souls. Alright, so maybe I should just whittle her down a little bit and then just go by a bunch. Will this drop kill me? Probably. Oh. Oh, I failed to parry. Okay, so let's go to the Shrine of Storms real quick. Shoot the dude. Or maybe the final area would be better. And then we can buy a ton of the overpriced arrows. Congrats on poisoning a rock earlier. Did it look like a Strya to you guys too? Or is it just me? Like, it looked like she was reclining on the rock. But thanks. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Reaper would be better or the, what are they called? The Stingrays below it would be better. Okay, no. So we could use the Storm Ruler, but I put it away. Actually, let's see. We have the Thief Ring on, but they should still hit me, right? So that's 1270 for one. So yeah, if I had the Storm Ruler on, this would be a good spot. But I actually chose the wrong Arkstone. I meant to use the other one. You had no idea if it was or not. You wonder before the demons woke up if there was some magical being still existing in the world, but were just rare, you know, instead of just being completely extinct. Reaper so much easier. Even with the Storm Ruler? Oh, that does no damage. Well, screw this. It's a two-hitter quitter now. The Stingrays are still there and you can use the Storm Ruler. I assume you could still use the Storm Ruler. Still no plunge attacks. Sad. Yeah. I guess that was the one big breakthrough of Dark Souls 1, the plunge attacks. Because you do it in the tutorial. It does feel really weird that you can't do anything other than like land directly on the dudes. Lore-wise, Demon Souls is probably the least powerful of the settings. Arguably Sekiro? And I'm not going to get those dudes' souls. We keep forgetting that one. Yeah, it doesn't quite match the vibes of these, so I don't blame you. So this should be enough, right? I would hope. Well, maybe not, because we'd only really be getting like 10... 11 arrows per run. So this would put us at like 33. I'm guessing we'd probably need like 50, if not more. Pick up the souls. Alright, I guess I'll just use the thing a bit sooner. Seki bro. You still can't get over how good the particle effects look in this game. Despite your issues with some of the design choices Bluepoint made, you're still really glad the remake exists and looks so good. It does, though. I was also really pleasantly surprised at how good they made the spells look in Elden Ring, because they were getting a little bit stale, especially by the time of like Dark Souls 3. But yeah, like the particle effects coming off on like the characters right now do look really good. And part of that is just because, you know, this was developed solely for PS5 as opposed to like all the other platforms. Could you all stop hitting me? Alright, this should be good. I'm probably gonna like run into carrying capacity issues. Oh, there is a ring that I could use to get more souls per enemies. That's a good point. And for the Maiden Estraya fight, I could probably also soak up another ring. 2 different rings, because if I'm not going to be sneaking or getting hit. One major detail they missed is that the bear bugs in the tunnels don't bleed anymore, so magic ends up being the only quick way to get through that level. It's still not a very quick way, I can tell you that much. Wait, is this the wrong way? Ow. Oh, so that's how you'd get rid of the leeches. Well, that's the wrong boss arena for that, but in general, I guess. That hurt. I don't want to heal, but I also don't want to die. I don't want to use this too close to her. Well, I guess that was a little bit of overkill.
Please buy more.
58.
Finished already? I only want my dear boy to be happy.
I guess this will bring me straight to the Nexus. It's a little bit unfortunate, but at least the load times are pretty quick here. The bedbug bears could bleed. Oh, cool. I didn't realize it would bring you in front of the statue.
Then touch. I keep the candles lit. Wait.
Bleed works like poison, so you could hit them a few times and go get another one too. Okay. Only like 6 swings from a scimitar and the rest of their health would drain. Maybe I should equip that and then hit Estraya and run if this fails. Or both. Because I wouldn't be surprised if she's immune to poison, but not bleed. But she could be immune to both. Hey, Corporate Nothing. Nice to see you again. You mentioned Discord before. What's the channel, or is there a link you can use posted on some videos? Did I didn't pin it this time. That sucks. Okay, give me 1 second. I normally have it pinned, but it's always the first message at the beginning of every stream. It should be in the video description. But hold on, let's get that up. There we go. Corporate thinks they said this the other day, but it's funny timing seeing me play this game. Because towards the end of the 1.0 Elden Ring playthrough, you're at the end of New Game Plus 4 on the current patch. And you just got a PS5 and beat this game last week. Nice. Have I activated the statue in the Nexus yet? I don't think so. She's definitely immune to plague. Seems like it. Wonder if he's gonna ever try to come back up and get me. Guess not. Alright, so now we need to look for the glowing thing. That's Vinland. I just don't want to look at like the streaming black garbage this entire time I'm doing this. So I wanted to get it like off center. So normally headshots do a bit more damage. But this is doing way less damage than the Holy Arrow. The only thing is you started with royalty and used the Crescent Falcon at first, and now all your stats are wonky as hell at level 100 or so. 25,000 souls, and you can change your character's look and respec. Okay. Yeah, she seems immune to poison, which I'm not surprised by. So we might need to do this the old-fashioned way. Oh yeah, I should have equipped different rings, huh? I guess it doesn't really matter. Optimal hits? Yeah, I guess this would pretty much be it. Could put it on the Chris. Actually, I wonder. No, this wouldn't reach. Okay, definitely not gonna reach that. Right, I'm too impatient to just shoot all these arrows. I should have gone to the left side. I'm an idiot. Or just like straight down. Because now I'm gonna get killed by these things. I can't roll already. I feel like this is an exercise in futility. There's an entire circle of hell that's just farming ephemeral eyes here for all of eternity. Ephemeral eyes are shining. Wait, what did Noah say? They added a way to respec and change your character. You're going to switch your monitor input and do that now. Do you know about the Ring in the Remake that lets you move faster in this stuff? I've heard of it. I don't know where it is. Oh no. Yeah, if Vinland would let me chill. But he doesn't. Oh, okay. Okay, if he stays back there, that could potentially change things. Oh, so I went too close, now too far. We might be in business. Nope, way too low. I can kind of see through myself there for a second. Yeah, this camera angle is just... It's not what I need to be dealing with. Actually, I don't know if I can stand on that stuff to the right. Nope. That's not what we needed. Wait, what killed them? Oh, he's fighting them? It's the bottom of 3-2 in pure black world tendency. I was hitting the wall. Yeah, the issue is, unless I think I have like the telescope, I can't aim it at her exactly. Actually, let's do this one, because... Oh, here we go. Nope. Damn it. I don't know if I could out DPS that. Maybe I can, guys. We're doing it. Is Garl Vinland fighting enemies? No, as a random little dude. You can fix your wonky stats. Alright, hopefully...
I shall let no harm come to dearest Astraea.
Oh yeah?
May you rot in the deepest depths of this swamp.
Ring of sincere prayer, pure blood demon soul. I'm not sure what'll happen if I rest, if he just dies or whatnot. You're gonna keep calling him Carl because of me? I guess I should have killed him. Fudge. Fudge. Now I don't get the squid armor set. Alright, I will read this and then close it out for the night. Is Carl Vinland fighting enemies? Enemies smash chairs and obstacles to go back to their pathing, so it fell and is trying to get back up. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. You give calling Dark Beast Carl, Dark Beast Carl, yeah. Alright, so Sanctuary of the Lost. Arkstone of Maiden Astraea the Demon. Astraea was once the 6th saint, but now she lives besides those awaiting death in the Valley of Defilement. To ease the pain of the valley's dwellers, Astraea chose surrender to a demon soul over the cruel god she worshipped. So I don't know if her soul says anything specific or if it's one of the miracles and whatnot. If you kill a maiden Astraea before killing him, you can either attack and kill him or simply reload the current game and he will be dead, leaving his shield and armor at his normal spawning point. Okay, so it might be up higher. Okay, thanks for letting me know. I'll go back there in a moment.
Oh,
Some say Parl is Pearl, but you think it's Beast Paul.
Oh, is that you again? Do you have further offerings? We must defeat the demons and purge the magicians who manipulate those accursed souls.
Dark Beast McCartney. So, what did we get? Astraya's Pureblood. Resurrection. Miracle derived from the soul of Maiden Astraya, become demon. Returns nearby phantoms to their respective worlds, restoring their bodies in the process. This miracle symbolizes the denunciation of Maiden Astraya, former sixth saint after her corruption. Alright. That's kind of goofy. It's like, oh, you want to invade? Well, screw your world tendency.
Yes, I see. I certainly cannot force you to do anything. But you must remember, souls are a demonic power.
Some think Astraya is a good character we kill for no reason, but her whole thing was taking the souls of the people who live in the valley and basically taking their minds away. She's a leech. She is kind of a leech, but she is also taking away their suffering, so it's kind of like a morally gray type thing. Maybe like the equivalent of Yuria over here.
Are you here for more teachings? Very well.
Yeah, Stella, it's kind of worded a bit strangely. It tripped me up when I was reading it at first. So, okay, relief. Heal HP and status of touched character. And this is sorcery. That's weird. I think this is sorcery. Magic derived from the soul of Maiden Astraya, become demon. Fully recover a companion by touching them. Astraya is the most corrupted of all of demon kind, but her essence parallels the most divine of beings. Okay, so this one is a little bit cleaner, I think. But yeah, most divine of beings. So this is what I was talking about. She's the most corrupt demon of all, but it's because she was accepting the suffering of others. Wait, so maybe that it's missing this portion? But either way, maybe maybe it's not missing. It's just like she became the most corrupted by stealing the souls and the suffering of others. Which is why she's divine.
I owe my life to you. If you are ever, it is a dark.
So that's a very important lore spell, I think. Not just for this game, but a lot of their other ones as well.
Bravo. Thank you for offering your demon souls. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Oh, to have my wish granted at so late an age. Thank you. You are a fine magician. As promised, let me teach you new magic. The demons steal souls, and with them our sanity. Such blasphemy must not be permitted. The demons such blasphemy.
Ooh, and we get Death Cloud from him. Magic derived from the soul of Maiden Astraya, become demon. Creates a deadly cloud of plague. Astraya, who willingly accepted the corrupted and corroded, naturally became the most corrupted of them all. Okay, so this in combination with the other one kind of paints the full picture. That makes sense. And this kind of goes back into my favorite Elden Ring item, soap, where she went down into defilement and became defiled herself. Kind of like how it will seep into the soul in the soap description. Did Mephistopheles ever show up? Have I talked to her? No, I've not. And it looks like Lefty J says that needs pure black character tendency. So I guess I'll look that up offline and maybe do that stuff tomorrow.
Please fetch me more demon souls. I can still be patient. My fine.
Alright, now let's go ahead and level up.
Thou seekest the power of the soul, no? Then touch the demon inside me. Soul of the mind.
enough to level up once. Didn't we get like twice as many souls from the other dude? Well, I guess we only killed one of the duo, technically speaking. Let's go with more magic so that way we can keep continuing to fireball spam bosses. Alright, let's do the Vinland thing again before we dip out. I can't respec at the statue, by the way, but it's all good. That sucks. I'm in body form. This is probably not the smartest. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter if I'm gonna try to get Black World tendency, but I should have gone from this way because that'll get me closer to the Vinland spawn. Yeah, we could just do her quest before beating the game. I guess we'll continue to do the Ostrava stuff in 1.4, and then you could do like the Black World tendency tomorrow or next time, because tomorrow is already. He's still alive. Oh, Lohi Angi. But we can loot him stuff. That's kind of cool that he's still here. Okay. So I guess I should have just killed him after the Astraea fight. I was too slow with that. Oh, I don't have the shield on. That explains why my parries were failing. I was really confused. Oh, well, that one was definitely me. That was too early. We do no damage to him. Oh my god. Oh, and I was in human form. But it's whatever. That's cool, but holy crap was he tanky. He appears as a phantom in pure white world tendency. That's cool. I didn't know that. Tomorrow comes today. So let's check out that set. Oh no, it's in the Nexus. You were certain you could be spec? Let's talk to the statue. Make offering. Oh yeah, the 25,000 souls. That might be it. But obviously I have no souls right now. Let's talk to Tomas. What?
Thou seekest the then touch the I am here.
What was that about?
Okay, that was weird. Dark Silver Helm. A dark silver helm passed down through generations of the Vinland family. The memorable headpiece represents the Vinland sacred tree. Its weight significantly slows stamina regeneration. Alright, now since it talked about a tree, I'm going to have to look at it. Dark silver armor. Dark silver is the oldest known metal and is said to ward off malice. I have to think about that one. I can't even equip it. Wait, why can't I equip it? Oh, because it's male only? Type B. That sucks. Oh, well, there's kind of... I guess we could look at it this way. Not super tree-like. But alright, everybody, once again, thank you for coming into the stream, keeping me company. We will be going live again at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So hopefully we'll catch you again on the next stream. Did I meet a lady in the swamp? After you have Garl's items, you can talk to her? Oh no, the lady, the butcher that we killed? Or just like the filthy lady? We'll have to look. Alright, everybody. Hopefully we'll see you on the next stream. Last Protagonist out.